Good morning. So many of you already here in the first 3 minutes of the stream. Oh my goodness. Hello Hachiko, hello Electronic, hello Dark Castro, hello Agricola, Zero, welcome, Reyes, welcome. Uria, welcome. Sid, welcome. Muted, no, not muted. Pardon my low energy. Keita, welcome. Pardon my low energy. Some things kept me up at night. I read some things that kept me up at night. And I wanted the first half an hour of little bit of a hangout time to be low cortisol and a little bit more calming to compensate for what is about to happen when the stream properly starts, but that's not going to happen. I've read something that has driven me into such a rage that I just end up so tired afterwards. I'm glad I did my chill stream last week, where I talk about my Chinese history stuff, because there's no way it's gonna happen. There's no way I will be able to do it today, obviously. Sanyo, welcome. If you didn't know, a little report that came out from the UK just got circulated on X yesterday. And in my horrible judgment, personal judgment, I have decided to click on the link and started reading. I clicked on the link and I started reading, and I haven't finished it, and I don't want to read it on stream here today. I will read it in my own time. If we have another day for a stream, I'll probably go into details of everything surrounding it, not on the content itself. I don't think I want to read out what is written in that horrible thing, but it almost makes today's topics feel a little hollow. But I still want to go through it because it's what I promised. I promised it to be the topic I wanted to be, but oh my goodness. And there's something else that really drove me into a rage, okay? I got a cup of coffee. Thank God I have a cup of coffee. Well, if there's one thing that really needs the help of God right now, any God whatsoever, any God, any Buddhist God, any Christian God, any God, Zoroastrian God, it's UK. UK, a country that, in my very humble opinion, is hell on earth. If you have the bad luck to be born in UK, I will question in your previous life what horrible crime you have done to deserve it. UK is hell on earth. Make no mistake. You thought California was horrible? I thought California was the worst. I thought New York was the worst. No. UK, Britain, is the worst. There is no No question at all. Hello, GSV, welcome. Kirby, welcome. It's Pedro, welcome. And there is... You thought South America was bad? No. No. You have nothing on UK. You have nothing on that cursed country. You have nothing. Heck, even France is a little better than UK. And I've had the displeasure to find a specific post, to see a specific post that went viral for all of the most horrible reasons imaginable. And I'm Okay. Please again, pardon me for being very low energy right now. I promise you, by the time the stream properly starts, I will have my energy back, but I will tell you that by the time the stream probably starts, I'll have my energy back. But I'm going to show you something in the meantime. I'm going to be writing a bunch of posts. And I'm going to... This is a really... Let me just show you what I'm about to write, actually. Alright. I move aside. Alright. This is the person who has kept me up at night. And you are going to be very disgusted by what she says. You're going to be very disgusted by what she says.
The rape gang inquiry report is out. And I'm going to try not to laugh because it feels mean. I haven't read the whole thing. It's 219 pages. It's only just come out a couple of hours ago. Okay, so this time last year I went to Alistair Harrison and I explained to him that in order for the report to stand up to scrutiny when it was released, it needed a proper methodology and it needed a proper, what are they called, terms of reference, okay? And that he needed somebody to create that, preferably with somebody with expertise, although I said, I mean, I have some expertise.
She offered to write the report. She offered to contribute to the report. This woman offered to contribute to the report. But Rupert Lowell rejected it. And you know why? Do you know why? She had the gall to demand money for it. And everyone who was writing that report with Rupert Lowell, they were going to make the report unpaid. In other words, they were taking time out of their own lives to write the report without demanding payment. She, Donna Rachel, demanded payment to write the report. So you know what happened? They refused her offer. They refused her offer because, firstly, and solely. How dare you demand a payment? How dare you talk about your own self-interest when you're making a report about victims? Hundreds and thousands of victims of the most heinous and evil deeds imaginable, and you demand a payment. You demand a payment. What is wrong with you? Are you sure? She didn't care. Correct. She did not care. She only cared about the money. This was all just some gig to her. It's not because she did it, because it was a moral obligation to do it pro bono, without pay, and you do it with pleasure, as in you do it with conviction and determination, and you do it with the enthusiasm that it deserves. No. She wanted payment for it. People saw through her. What a horrifying individual. I'm going to find a post to reply on. I'm going to collect some facts. So pardon me a moment, okay, Lucas? I still have the screen open up, so you can ask me some questions. But I'm collecting some facts. I'm getting some figures. Because this is quite... Let me see, money. I'm looking for something. It is quite a horrible situation. This woman. Her. This is from the Standard. I found it. Is being worded in a very unflattering way, because I think a lot of people hate Rupert. He is what Emmanuel Macron tried to be. A maverick. He outside of the system, who is doing his own thing. Spec. The jig is up. Looks like this is where it happens. I'm collecting some screen caps, pardon me. What I'm witnessing here is some really disgusting behavior, and is done using victims as a sword. That is how bad things are. UK bad X but left blue sky around. In context, we know exactly why. In our humble opinions, we know exactly why. Again, lurkers, like I said, if you have any further questions, I'm reading the chat. Lurker-chan, welcome. Our little VTuber in Imperial Palace drama is child's play on the grand scale, that is correct. I intend to make this a proper stream. Shoot. I intend to make this a proper stream. Maybe the week after. This thing is disgusting. She dared to ask for payment. She dared to ask for payment. That is a type of person who is trying to throw shade at this report. But she also demanded to be paid for contributing, and that doing it for free was not an option. So, since Rupert, Louis planned for all contributions to be unpaid, so of course, I'll just shorten it. Our attack on the report was not just on political grounds, but also her keeping a grudge, her holding a grudge because she didn't get paid. So I find it I find this reply particularly ironic and quite the projection. It also goes to imply the type of character this Donna is when, instead of being fully concerned and committed to doing right by the victims, her arguably one of her main thoughts is, how am I going to make money from this? Darsha, welcome. Welcome, welcome. What a disgusting person. What an absolutely disgusting person, in my humble opinion. We have 5 minutes of this before we get to the stream topic, so I'm gonna make this time, I'm gonna make it count. I'm going to make it count. We can't have the low cortisol moments. We haven't had for about 2 weeks already, but I think it's unavoidable at this point. It's quite unavoidable. Let me have a look whether I can reduce some bloat with the screen cap I'm making. No, it's important. Everything in this document is important. Everything here is important, actually. Everything in this document is very important, actually. Is it any wonder why she held a grudge? She what? Oh, what? Who followed? Ravennet and Rizzo, thank you for the follow. I think. Okay, one more screen cap and I should be done. Okay? Alright. This seems fine. Let me just oh shoot, sorry. Move it down. Merge. Perfect. I am not gonna let this human escape. You are not. Yes, that is the moment I hate the UK. That is the moment I hate UK. It is obvious. It is obvious why they call them that. To smear Asians, like most of us, and protect the perpetrators by creating a level of vagary. As Dev0001, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. So what do you think of this? I feel like I want to make a follow-up post at the direct OP, but I also feel that I think I might make it as a standalone post actually. I think I'll make this as a standalone post. It should be more... It should be a little clearer. It deserves its own post. It deserves its own post, okay? Firstly, I'll post this here or go... Wait, let me go back to X and grab a copy of her post again. Hold on. We have some time. We still have a bit of time. After I'm done with the post, we can start the topic, okay? After we can start the topic immediately after the post. And I'm going to take a screen cap. Alright. You are not going... I'm not gonna let go of you. Just like how I'm not gonna let go of a little other VTuber for false flagging people. No, I'm not gonna give you that. I am not going to give you that luxury. No, I'm not gonna give you that luxury. You will not. You will not. I want to take one more screen cap. I haven't seen her apology, but I probably will soon. Oh my goodness, this is quite a mess, isn't it? Oh dear. Okay. Okay. One more bunch of screenshots and I'm ready. Sorry for that, Lucas. Sorry for this short delay. I think this is a topic that is extremely important to make before we properly start this one. Okay? Let's see, Donna Rachel. I'm gonna collect some screen caps. This is one of them. I wonder if she got hacked. That's a question. One of them. And this is another. Alright. Let's gosh. And I'm almost done. Almost done. One more big screenshot for the punchline. Perfect. Okay. I know all of you are looking forward to that topic, so don't worry so much about it. I am going to start it soon. So we're good. So I want y'all lurkers to just walk with me what I just posted to make sure everything is ready, okay? I'm gonna make this post. What Donna is not disclosing about this entire situation is that she offered to contribute the report. She offered to contribute to the report, but she also demanded to be paid for contributing, and doing it for free was not an option. Apparently. Doing it for free was apparently not an option. So of course, she left because she did not get paid. So it seems based on what we are seeing right now, her text on the report was not just politically motivated. But also her holding a grudge because she didn't get paid. So I find it particularly ironic and quite the projection. She tries so hard to keep attacking the person who posted the report, accusing him of everything she was caught allegedly doing herself. It also goes to imply the type of character this Donna is, when instead of being fully concerned and committed to doing right by the victims, one of her main thoughts is, how am I going to make money from this? Is this ready? I think it's ready for post. What do y'all think, lurkers? Is it ready for post? Oh dear. Who cares if he's a millionaire politician? Politicians are meant to address topics. Didn't read right now, sadly. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's a little... Let me see here. It's a bit... I don't know where I can fit that in actually, Sean, that's the problem. I don't know where to fit that in specifically. It goes to imply the type of... Too off topic. Yeah, it's too off topic. Okay. I'll just post it. I think I have conveyed enough of what I want to convey. Okay? What Donna what's her name? What is her name? What is her name again? Donna Rachel Edmonds. Okay. Okay. Good enough. Good enough, good enough, good enough. All right. Perfect. Thank you for allowing me to go a little bit extra 8 minutes to prep to do that post, because if I don't do that post, it's just going to bite on my brain and it's not going to let go until I make a post about it. But with that out of the way, I can actually prepare today's topic. I already have it prepared, but I'm going to take a short break, maybe 2 minutes break, to get more coffee, because evidently this pre-stream chat moment was very high cortisol and I got stressed as well. I'm going to get prepared. I'll see you all back in 2 minutes, Lucas. So don't go anywhere too far. 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, lurkers. Everyone get back to your seats. And tuck in if you're in your bed, or find somewhere cozy if you're on your commute to work or anything like that, or at your dining table eating some breakfast, because I want, even though the topic is not low cortisol, it may be a stressful topic, all things considered. I still want to hope that you are in the most comfortable position you can be as you listen to today's topic. It's a chat, by the way. It's not a lecture, it's just a chat. You can at any point in time contribute to it, because we have a lot of opinions. Most of us are probably old school VTuber fans, and all of us have a right to have our own views on it, okay? But let's start with something a little bit of a thought experiment. Maybe just a little bit of reminiscing. Close your eyes, lurkers. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Take a very deep breath and just think about, just move your mind back. If you are Move your mind back to the 2017s and the 2018s. Just move your mind back. Back to those days. During the rise and the golden age of VTubing. Remember, the golden age of VTubing is not... Kirby, thank you for the membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But let's go back to the golden age of VTubing. Golden age of VTubing does not mean it's the largest at its peak in popularity or sheer numbers. No, the golden age of VTubing is actually when there was soul where there's actually soul in the experience. Remember, you wake up excited. You've just, let's say, for me, I found out about Kizuna Ai around 2016, but let's imagine for a little moment, just for the briefest of moments, I'm going to show you some memes while I talk about this, just to temper you all from what topics we're going to be talking about soon, okay? Let's start off with, you just recently subscribed to Kizuna Ai, AI channel. You thought she's an AI. She's an AI. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. She is an AI. She is the first AI YouTuber, aka a VTuber. She was the one who made it big. And just think about it. You subscribe to her. You see her funny videos. And you're just waiting for that one day. For that one day when that one video you are watching of Kizuna Ai to get translated by an English-speaking fan. This is during the time when there was no such thing as clipping. This was during the time when there was often a 1 week delay between the release of a Japanese VTubers for, I'll just say 19 Wong. There is a delay, around a 1 week delay between the release of one of the 4 Queens videos and there being an English translation. So you're just waiting for the English translation to come out from a dedicated fan or a follower. And when you found out that the translations were ready to be watched, the excitement fills you up and you had a good time. And then one day, just one fine day, something drives you to so much excitement and so much unironic hype. This hype was so overwhelming. You know why? You know, around 2017 to 2018, Kizuna Ai ended up not being the only one. She was not the only VTuber anymore. There were her peers. More of her peers started to show up. Of course, Kaguya Luna showed up. Then, Zero showed up. And then, Mirai Akari. And they formed the 4 queens. The 4 heavenly queens. Some people call them 4 heavenly kings, but honestly, the king-queen doesn't really matter. They were the 4 big pioneers of the contemporary VTuber. All these years, all they have ever done was solo streaming. All this time, all they've ever done was solo streaming in the months. So they make their own segments, they make their own videos, fun videos, funny videos, silly videos. But you had a good time every time you saw them. Every single time you saw them, you had a good time. Until that one moment. Something made you really excited. You find out they had a big collab. One of them, they started off with one of them. Kaguya Luna and Mirai Akari had a big collab back in 2018. This was the first time you saw 2 big name VTubers collab. And it was excellent, it was awesome. They had so much chemistry, both of them. If you were there to watch it, you will remember. Kaguya Luna was always the more dominant personality in a collab. And Mirai Akari was basically being bullied by her all the time, but in a good-natured way. It was all part of the fun. It was all just part of the collab atmosphere. It was silly. It was silly fun. And I want to see if I can find this video. Let me see. I don't know if I have this video, but I'm going to show you an image while I look, okay? But suffice to say, these really were the days. These really were the days. I made a bunch of memes about them as well, okay? And oh boy, I love those memes. Hold on. Alright. I made some really silly memes, and I have no idea why I made those memes, but I did. This was during the... oh boy. If you know this meme, you know this meme. I made this meme back in, I would say it was 2018, yep. This meme I made in 2018. Nostalgia all around. Hello Ash, welcome to the stream. Today, VTubers are double meaning, don't know the word suggestive. Streamers turn into anime girls. It's Friends. It is the sitcom. Every 90s kids will listen to Friends opening and the wave of nostalgia hits them like a truck. I made a whole bunch of memes actually. A whole bunch of memes. I remember another funny one that I made, and it's... I don't know why it was I don't think it was a high quality one, but it was shitpost. And I was proud that I managed to make it. This was another old one. It took me quite a long time to change the colors on Kizuna Eye, but it ended up being pretty good. I think I was, again, not to blow my own trumpet, not to brag, but there was a brief moment in around 2018 and 2019 that people started calling Kizuna Eye Skynet-chan. And I am not ashamed to say proudly that I was the one who created the Skynet-chan meme with Kizuna Eye. Oh my god, the amount of memes on Photoshop I made for it. It was... it's cringe now, but I would not have it any other way. Literally Skynet-chan. And I guess whether this aged well or aged horribly, it's up to interpretation. And I hold on to the headcanon that Skynet is just a goth anime girl who hates humans. So this was my meme. It was a fun meme, all things considered. Ancient meme slabs. There is another one that I'm looking for. And oh boy, this one tricked. No, probably not. Let's see, what else can I... Kaguya. Let's have... Nope. Oh, this is another one. We are going to show a bit more. We're going to have the atmosphere to be a little bit light before we get to the heavy stuff, okay? It's for my own sanity, but I also hope it's also you all will enjoy the calm of this recall some terms. I'll show you another image. This is a Kaguya Luna meme. Kaguya Luna actually she had a very funny bunch of videos. Basically, she got sponsored by Strong Zero back in around 2018, 2017. And she made a bunch of videos shilling for Strong Zero. And it ended up being it's basically shitpost. Strong Zero is, you know what is a vodka cruiser? Basically, it is a combination of lemonade soda and, if I recall correctly, it's shoyu. Yep, shoyu. No, it's not shoyu, it's sochu. Sochu and lemonade soda. That's for Strong Zeros. In other words, it is a big boy soda. Yeah, Kaguya Luna got sponsored by Strong Zero back then, and it was funny. It was so funny. I made so many memes, it's not even funny. Holy moly. What's another good meme? What's another meme that I want to show off? Let's see. What is this charisma meme? What? I have a meme called charisma.png. What is that? Hold on, give me a minute. I'm going to open that. Charisma.png. Oh. It was a simple meme. Oh yeah, if you all probably remember Kaguya Luna, she was also famously known as the VTuber who is living in cinematic 30 FPS. Everyone was 60 FPS. Mira Akari was 60 FPS. Kizuna Ai was 60 FPS. Even Zero was 60 FPS. Even Kemo Mimi Oji-san, the first popular Barbie Niku VTuber, was 60 FPS. Except Kaguya Luna. She was 30 FPS. When you watch her streams, her movements were borderline 30 FPS, sometimes lower, 24 FPS sometimes. And people were always making jokes about how certain parts of her assets drained a lot of VRAM. A lot of RAM and a lot of VRAM. Okay, what's one more? There's another one. I have a few more memes I can show before I move on to the serious topic. We deserve to have a little bit of a calm and relaxation before things start to get a little serious. What's this meme? I forgot what this meme is. Oh yeah, people were making... Okay, I don't... Oh my goodness, I was so edgy. I cut... This was actually a reference to an old art that was on Danburu in 2017, where Kizuna Ai called her audience friends. And I suddenly got all edgy and I made this meme. This is a bit of like a museum there, because it's a bit of a museum for old memes I made during the golden age of VTubing, and I made a lot of memes. I made a lot of memes. Let me find more. Let me see who else. Skynet. I should find the Skynet. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. This is brutal. This is gonna be a very brutal meme, but oh dear. Well, it's not as brutal as I thought it was, but this is funny. Dota 2 veteran steamrolled by AI team in exhibition match. Oh no, oh no, 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 that is embarrassing. Oh, this one, yes, this is the brutal one. There we go. The military made a robot that can eat organisms for fuel. Yep, a robot that can. We understand the public's concern about futuristic robots feeding on the human population, but that is not our mission. It's a sentence no one should ever have had to say. Oh. Things used to be so simple back then, and we can all just make jokes. Things used to be. Oh yeah, and I also made a Papa Franku meme with Kizuna Eye. I also made a Papa Franku meme with Kizuna Eye. If you watch Filthy Frank, you should know what this reference is. You should. With the average human lifespan being roughly 70, one only has to endure a handful of decades of excruciatingly unforgivable pain. Everything is temporary. One's life does not matter, and one's feelings, subjective sensibilities, and conscience does not matter. Everything is temporary. Everything will eventually rot away. As long as the factor of time continues to be the apex predator of the universe, the inevitable decay of all pain and memory is unstoppable. In fact, a human could stop the pain at this very moment, blah 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 blah. Remember there was one video from Filthy Frank called The Existential MacBook? Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, your favorite Oshi will start to virtue signal at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. That's why you get 0 for saying something horrible like that. Let's see, what's another meme? Six, seven, six, seven. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. Now let's see. We'll do a few more memes. We'll do a few more memes before we... I don't remember this. I don't remember making this meme. Let me see. Oh, I didn't make a meme. Yeah, it was just a screen cap. Thank you, Michaels, for the renewal of membership. Really, really grateful. Let me see. Okay. Oh, this is funny. Oh, okay. I didn't know why I made this meme also. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, one more Lurkis. Well, 2 more. No, 3 more. I'll show you 3 more, okay, Lurkis? I'll show you 3 more. Lurkis, this might... I don't know if this will be funny to you all, but This was during the time when things were very, very spicy in US, okay? Who is your favorite Vocaloid Oshi other than Miku? I do like Luca. Yep. I just felt it was appropriate. I just felt like this was a very appropriate this specific screen cap I made for this specific part of the video was very appropriate. The Street Fighter minigame, yes, this was during the time of, if I recall correctly, this was during the time of, I'm sure some of you might remember, it was called the Bike Lock Antifa. It was about the Bike Lock Antifa that was back in 2018. There was a so-called school teacher. He was a school teacher. He brought a bike lock around dressed up as Antifa. There was this guy who was trying to defuse a confrontation between Antifa and some right-leaning counter-protesters, okay? So you just say, stop fighting, we do not have to resort to violence, and this bike lock Antifa guy used his bike lock and smashed the guy on the head. And he bled. Poor guy. All he did was to stop a fight. He wanted to stop a fight. And this bike lock Antifa guy, she got caught, but he got practically a slap on the wrist because, surprise, surprise, he lived in a place where it was run by Democrats. What a big surprise. What else do I want to show off? Okay. I want to look for one more. No, I want to look for two more. Let me see. Friend. Nope. Where is that one? Friend who? No. Okay. There is one more. And this was one of my favorites. But I just do not remember where it is. I made this. Oh yeah, of course I made a Papa Franco version. I made a Kizuna Ai version of this meme. This has become into a bit of a reminiscing. I'm sorry for that, but I can assure you it's just gonna go downhill from here. Touch wood, touch wood. Hilarious and original. You know the context of this meme. Hello, Mockingjay. Funkmin is real. Stop it. Oh, another funny one. Kizuna Ai accusing a captcha of online harassment. Alright, let's find more. There's one that I really want to find, but I don't know where I put it. That's the problem. I really do not know where I put this meme, and what name did I give to this meme? I do not remember what name I gave to this meme. Oh yeah, okay. This is cringe, but this is cringe, but it's funny. I laughed. I laughed when I made this. No, these are all my Lurker-chan, you have to understand, all the memes I'm showing you right now are the ones I made. All of this I made. I literally made all these memes that I'm showing off right now. Don't say Badmin is just a VTuber or a VTweeter. Bad fossil, shut up. Bad archaeology. What's another? Let me see, what's another one? What's another VTuber meme that... I'm looking for one. Oh, I made this. Oh, no, I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't post this. I probably shouldn't post this. No. This aged horribly. This meme aged really, really badly. Let me find. Where is... I'm trying to look for another one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Any of you want a Toho meme, Lurkers? Anyone of you want a Toho meme? That's... you know what? I'll keep it VTuber. I'll keep it VTuber. Oh, okay, fine. It's a very cringe meme. I just want to let you know in advance. It's a cringe meme. It's cringe. It's a very cringe meme. I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm so sorry. I am very, very sorry. I apologize. I'm looking for that one meme that I'm trying to look for that one meme. I put in a lot of effort with this specific one, but I cannot seem to find it. I cannot seem to find it. I really cannot seem to find it. I want to look for this. I cannot be satisfied until I found this meme. I made it. I put in so many hours to make it. I don't know why I wasted so much time to make this meme. But I felt so proud of myself after I made it. If only I remember where I put it. What did I name the... What? I just can't remember what I named. Let me see. I just can't remember what I named it. No, it's not. It has to be somewhere. It has to be somewhere. It has to be somewhere. I don't know where it is. I don't want to have to dig through my old Facebook post to find it. I really don't. Because it's a lot. I don't know when I posted it. It's probably sometime back in... It was probably sometime back in 2018 that I posted this. Hello Sito-chan, welcome. Thank you for being here. Any of you remember this moment, Lurkers? Any of you remember this back on Facebook? Facebook Lurkers, you probably will remember this. Do you remember the context behind this meme? Do you remember the context behind this meme? For those of you who have been on Facebook, you probably will remember this. For some reason, a lot of people got really, really upset with the trash bird meme. Very, very upset. Yeah, it was a post 2016. Yes, it's definitely after 2016. Basically, certain people who have been very, very sensitive in US, of course, after 2016, Donald Trump won the first election, a lot of people started posting this trash bird GIF. It is a trash bird emote that Facebook rolled out for like a couple of months, and people just kept spamming it. And I don't know who started, probably it was 4chan, it was probably 4chan that did it, but I don't know who got so upset. They accused the trash bird of being a dog whistle for white supremacists. And it was so silly. So of course, as with everyone who laughs at all these silly accusations, they call a completely harmless emote. Racist and bigoted and far right. So you guess what the internet does? They started spamming trash bird emotes everywhere they can see. That doesn't make any sense, but somehow it did. It's just like the OK. It's similar to the OK hand gesture, and it's similar to drinking milk. Someone made it a dog whistle. So yeah, this was a weird meme. This was a very weird meme. Again, this is ancient lore. And yes, lurkers, I was there. And this was the reason why I made this meme, to make fun of people who accused an innocent bird emote of being far right. The trash bird didn't deserve what it got. It was, for a brief moment. You never saw it, but it's a relic. The trash bird emote has disappeared already. It is now just part of history. But yeah, it was that silly. Let's see. Oh, I made one about Zero as well. So I had a very funny. This was one of the first Zero memes I made, and this was inspired by. That's why I'm trying to look for the meme. I'm trying to look for it. It is. Is it hair? Hold on, hair cake. Is it the hair cake meme? Yeah, it's hair. It's the. I know it's somewhere. I definitely have it somewhere here. I just don't know where. Did I name it cake? No, did I name it cake? What did I name it? No, that's not the right one. Jeez Louise, where am I going to find this? Where am I going to find this image? I need to look. I need to find it. I refuse to believe that it's gone. Let me check out the PNG files. Maybe I'll have to look. Large icons, and I will look from to bottom. I'll have to look through this and have a look and see. Who followed? Great Wyvern, thank you for the follow. Very, Thank you for the sub on YouTube. Very grateful. Thank you. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy or have a good time here. Give me a couple of minutes. The images banned me. What do they mean? Oh. Do y'all remember who How To Basic is, Lurkers? Do y'all remember? I'm sure y'all remember. He's still popular. Still popular if I recall correctly. Though there was a funny meme I made. Let's see. I have to look for it. Where is it? 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 I cannot believe I cannot. I refuse to believe I cannot find it. What did I name? What did I name the image? This is the last one. Once I find it, I can finally move on. And I'm sorry because I hold on to things and I won't let go until I've done it. Just like that previous post at the start. Where is it? The Flive, that's way before the VTuber era. That is way before the VTuber era. Okay, I'm back at the VTuber era, but I do find that image I'm looking for. Where is it? Meanwhile, while I look for this one, this is another meme I made. This is probably a meme you all probably saw often. This was a meme I made. Also, if you know, you know. There's only one image. There's only one more meme I want to show you all before I'm done. But I promise I don't know where it is. Did I delete? There's no way I deleted it. There is no way I deleted it. No way. Ain't no way I deleted this image. Gold ship Doro. Okay, let me have a look. Gold ship. Apparently I was the first one to make a gold ship Doro. Apparently. Apparently this is the first ghost ship Doro to have ever existed and I made it. Apparently, according to some lurkers. Alright. If I have to look for it on Facebook, I have to look for it on Facebook. Why is Benjamin stalling? I can't find the image I want to look for. You know what? Fine. I'll find it when I get time. I'll find it when I get time. So let's get back to the presentation. Lurkers, we're going to go into the presentation now. I'm sorry that I can't show you one of my good achievements, personal achievements. But it is what it is. It is what it is. As always, I'll have to see. Say for your show, yeah. Time for the presentation, and it's just gonna go downhill from here. I'm sorry, okay? It's just gonna go downhill from here. This is a continuation. This was from a previous stream. I'm gonna add. I've added to this. Let Kisuna. What's your achievement, Banmin? Okay, I'll look for it later after the stream. Okay, you missed it. Well, long story short is I went into a lot of detail about why, if you willingly and periodically or frequently show your face completely uncovered in front of your camera on social media, and still you do not have the right to call yourself a VTuber. I'm sorry for sounding so strong about this, but it's true. But yeah, these are old topics, and we'll go to the most important topic. I'm going to go to the most important topic. Oh yeah, this is another meme I made. Lurkers. I made this in 2017. Yep, that's just a streamer with a model, correct. So yeah, this is another meme I made. Alright, now let's get to the topic you all came here for, okay? I know, boy, is this a horrible topic. Thankfully, I'm not going to be showing any videos. I'm not going to be showing any audio. I'm just going to be talking about it. I am going to be talking about it, and damn it, if you want to try and copyright strike this, I'm going to make the entirety of X and Facebook know about what you did. Okay?
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Dropping my $5. Thank you, Kirby fan, for a cup of Ben coffee before the presentation. So, what is this context about? Originally, I wanted to say outright, I was planning to just make one post about VTuber, the Boulder Queen. I was originally just going to make one post about the Boulder Queen. And that would be it. Because at the end of the day, I thought it was just going to be personal beef and personal failings. I haven't reached to the apology yet, but I will show you. I will probably go and watch the apology. Yesterday, I was focused on quite a little bit about the UK stuff. But again, back to this topic, I originally planned to just make one post and one post only, and I would have been done. I would have moved on. But unfortunately, I found out as well that she has been doing what I would call the Boulder King. She has done the Boulder King. She has done a VTuber brand VTuber moment. And what do I mean by that? She false flags videos. And she has false flagged it seems she has false flagged quite a fair few videos herself, but there is one that really stood out. But let's just say the fact that she false flagged videos that are critical of her, the fact that she false flagged videos that are critical of her, what it means to me is that I am triggered. Lucas, I am triggered and I am upset. Because I do my best to try not to have too much of an opinion about other people's personal life. I do my best. It's their life. They want to ruin their lives for themselves. It's up to them. I have no place. It is not my place to tell them how to live their life. But the problem is, when you start false flagging other people's videos, taking down their YouTube channels, taking down their livelihoods, because let's be real here, some people do rely on their YouTube channels to make money, all because they say something you didn't like. the bets are off. And also, I do my best not to name names when I talk about VTubers who misbehave or do bad things, unless they do something extremely serious. And in this case, Dame, the Boulder Queen, has indeed done something extremely serious. So, I have no mercy. I will call you out with clarity, without ambiguity, and without holding back certain publicly available names. But yes, Mama Oko made a stream about Demi as well and also found out a history of false flaggings. Made a whole bunch of posts about it. And a whole bunch of people also commented about the false flagging over last year and this year. A lot of people online who are VTuber fans and part of the VTubing scene, they are focusing on the wrong things, in my personal opinion. They are focusing on the completely wrong things. Completely wrong things. They are focusing about her personal relationships. They are focusing on her physical appearance, IRL. They are focusing on her mental illness. But I would say nothing is worse in the case of the content creator ecosystem, the content creator sphere, than false flagging other people's videos. You can be the most dysfunctional, borderline low-cal person you can ever be, but people will not defend you ever. You will make no friends. You will burn every single bridge you could burn if you false flag someone's videos. Especially false flagging for DMCA takedowns. The wrong things have caused a crash out, yes. But I will leave those comments for other people. For me, there is only a reason why I made a stream about this, and there is only a reason why I made so many posts about Demi, and it's when she falsely flags other people's videos. And one of the victims of the false flagging is further proof that if it can happen to this person, it can literally happen to anyone. Anyone. And I will tell you why that's the case very soon. Okay? But again, damn it, you only have yourself to thank for this. You only have yourself to thank for this. Because you decided to false flag people's videos, I am going to dig up your misbehaviors over the year. Okay? Do not blame me for digging up the bad behaviors you have displayed. Blame yourself for opening the floodgates. Blame yourself for breaking the dam. Blame yourself for resorting to the nuclear solution that almost every content creator actively avoids. But we'll start off easy and we'll go to the worst. We'll start off light, then we'll go to the worst. The ViewBot incident. This happened earlier this year, roughly. Yep, it happened earlier this year. So the TLDR of the ViewBot incident is that Demi started beef with Olivia Munro from Mythic Talent. She threw a whole bunch of shade. At... She started off with vague posting first. She said that VTubers and blah 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 horrible viewbotting have a horrible viewbotting problem. And later on, because she got inked by some of her followers, she started to name names. And one of the names she named was... The only name she gave was Olivia Munro. As you can see at the top here, she accuses Olivia Munro of viewbotting. And her excuse for it is that Olivia Munro has a consistent growth in her channel. Consistent viewer growth in her channel. She has consistent viewer growth in her channel, and surprise, surprise, when you stream, when you actually put your head down and stream often, surprise, surprise, your viewer base will increase. What a shocker. What a big shocker. I'm shocked as well too. You can search that, you can click that video to watch that. You can watch that. But I can link it if you want to, but I'm not interested in watching the video right now. I'm just going to go through the main points. Basically, Demi used as evidence, which you can see in that video, evidence that's basically everyone else. Every big content creator has a fluctuation like that. It goes up, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And of course, by that logic, Mizu, a person who does not pull punches, said, "You are accusing Olivia Munro of doing all of these things, but what about the burnt peanut?" Basically, he just went, "I just want you to answer just a separate question, a complete separate question. What about the burnt peanut? I have shown you the statistics right here. What about the burnt peanut?" Then she just say, "Burnt peanut seems to have organic. Burnt peanut is different. Oh, no. It's just ads. Burnt peanut is fine." And his cycle was basically Olivia Munro, but even more of the signs that she accuses are symptoms of a viewbot. And in one of the subsequent replies, again you can watch the video for yourself, but one of the subsequent replies, she does not even know that a third party can viewbot a person they like. Demi accuses Olivia of viewbotting. As in, she bought the viewbots, she applied the viewbots. In other words, she is saying Olivia is guilty in that original post. But what happened when the burnt peanut does this? Oh, burnt peanut is fine, burnt peanut is fine. It's not viewbotting. It's not viewbotting, as you can see in the post here, screen cap. But it got a lot worse, okay? It got a lot worse. Eventually, Shondo also came and stood up for Olivia. This is what Shondo said. "The biggest problem with this is that you're assuming here that the streamer, her agency, and her sponsors are all completely unaware what someone completely related to all of this is. I understand that viewbotting is a huge rampant issue in streaming, but this comes across as incredibly inflammatory, and I can't stand to see you talk about a dear friend of mine this way. The most I will say here, as I won't speak on her behalf, is that Olivia Munro does not bot her viewership, and neither does any company or brand behind her. There's absolutely nothing you can do if your viewers are being artificially raised by a third party. You can tell your talent management, your partner manager, your sponsors even, but none of these people can do absolutely anything to stop that. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you, and I have absolutely nothing against you, but please do not talk so confidently and cruelly towards one of the loveliest, brightest, happiest streamers on Twitch. There is no other streamer with a genuine level of good energy and kindness. One viewer or 100,000 only is 1 in a million. Please don't be cruel to her. Because Shondo called her out, she pulled back. The coward pulled back. Because Shondo called her out. This was her backpedal. All my interactions with Olivia have been wonderful, and I don't doubt that she is a wonderful girl. My point still stands that to have 90% bot viewers and take sponsors for those fake viewership is still insane. 90%? Are you throwing out numbers? Are you throwing out random numbers? In other words, I apologize, but I'm not sorry. I said in this stream I do not wish malice towards her whatsoever, but personally, if I was botted for 2 years straight, it had to be done by someone who thinks it's helping her. Maybe if she spoke out against it, it wouldn't happen anymore, but with her spamming and accepting every sponsor, it makes other people, including I, think otherwise. That is literally all. I hope she's able to address this properly. I wish her the best. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. You know why? People dug and they found damage than viewership. It shows a similar movement to Olivia, but here is the punchline. Here is the plot twist. It's the similar pattern as Olivia's viewership base, but you know what is the punchline? She has so much less viewers than Olivia. So much less. So you know what a lot of people have decided to deduce from Dame's little beef she started with Olivia? She's jealous. Olivia Monroe was only a target to Demi because she had more viewers than Demi, in my humble opinion. Again, everything is my opinion, okay? But this is an opinion that was shared by a lot of people who witnessed this incident firsthand. It happened in the span of around 2 days. Demi's viewer movement was not that much different from Olivia's, and she accuses Olivia of view botting. A lot of things happen. A lot of people have identified that if Olivia Monroe was view botting as she claims it is, Demi was doing it worse. So this is considered the lighter topic. Okay? This is the lighter topic. The viewbot accusations. It's just going to get worse from here. We're going on to the next part. Thank you for the 2 trumpet. Thank you for your humble opinion. Yes, at the end of the day, it's my opinion, but I'm glad you agree with it. You do not have to agree with it, but I'm glad you did. And now we're going to get to the worst part. Now, this is a horrible, horrible story. And this is what many people should have noticed, but the problem is that perhaps everyone was focusing on Saikuno. Everyone was focusing on Saikuno, which meant that this went under the radar. That's my presumption. Again, that's my presumption. The false flag incident. I'm going to increase the font size so you can read a little bit more, okay? So, I'm not going to read out the notes to you. You can read that out yourself. But what I will do is to give you a short summary in my own words. Long story short is Master. Derek projecting hand. Yes. Talking chat. I should have a chat with him one of these days. Yeah, I should have a chat with him one of these days. It's nice to just catch up again. It's nice to catch up with Chairman again. The talking chair again. But anyway, let's move on to this topic. So what was the gist of this incident? Let me move this up. Let me move this all up. Move this all up so I can increase the font size so you can read a little better. Alright. Long story short. Demi made another virtue signaling post. She made another virtue signaling post, the left image. The key point that came out from the virtue signaling post is people who say that streaming is hard work are stupid. That's okay, Trumpet, that's fine. That's okay, Trumpet is fine. I wouldn't dare to presume that. I'm not gonna. You can always talk about whatever you want to talk about. If it's something important, I will try to get you back on topic, but if you don't want to talk about other things, you're free to talk about. It's a free world. VTubing is a free market, so it's fine. But anyway, back on this topic. On the top of this part, streaming is hard and people who think streaming is not hard and people who think it's hard are stupid. That was basically her entire point on this whole idea. She said that, you're ridiculous to think that streaming is hard in any way, shape or form, and if you are, I question your sanity, something like that. Okay? Then there was a smaller VTuber that replied in her comment section. The one in the middle. Funnily enough, this VTuber has been blocked, probably because, well, it is what it is. We disagree with politics. If you disagree with someone in politics, it's inevitable that you are blocked. But still, that's not the point here. This VTuber Monia, I'm going to be fair to her. I'm going to stick it up for her because she does not deserve what she got. She does not deserve at all, Monia. She replied to Demi. She said, it's on a case by basically what she said was it's on a case by case basis. Look, I juggle multiple jobs. She told Demi, I juggle multiple jobs. And at the end of the day, I make time to stream because that's my passion and I have my followers and I'm happy to just interact with my followers. I enjoy every bit of streaming I do, but I can't lie to you and say that streaming will never be hard. Because I juggle multiple jobs, so I would think it's reasonable to say that streaming on top of it could be quite difficult. Especially for a lifestyle like mine. That was what Munia basically said. She said it in a very respectful manner. As you can see here, let me see if I can read it out. Don't forget that I am a full-time student while doing all of this solo too. Yes, sometimes I feel like losing my life. So that's basically what Monia was saying. Streaming by its own may not be the toughest job in the world, okay? But when you have to juggle it with your full-time studies, and you have to juggle with a whole bunch of side jobs, it can build up. And because Monia said this, Demi instantly blocked her. Monia found out that Demi blocked her, as you can see with the subsequent reply. And basically she just said, Sorry you can't handle another opinion, I guess. And here's where things started to get very, very mean girl. Where things started to get very, very horrendous in the context of Demi. What she did after that block was quite inexcusable. So what she did, let's be fair here. I am a thin-skinned, highly strung individual who gets upset very easily. And if I were to see a comment like that on my post where I say that streaming is not a hard job, I would have said, my response would probably be like, fair enough, when you have to juggle multiple jobs on top of streaming, yes. In that case, it's fair to say that streaming can get hard because you have so many responsibilities to throw around and juggle around. That's what I would have said. But she didn't. She didn't. Demi went on stream to say it. Basically threw shade at Monya. It kept throwing shade at her, saying how she was stupid for even thinking that streaming is in any way, shape or form a hard job, and that she's just ungrateful, and that she's only in it for the money. She accuses Monya to be in it for the money or something like that, basically making a fan fiction about Monya. And then she said she deserves to be blocked by me. And of course, she didn't cover her name. Her full name was there, everything was there. She was live mocking that one VTuber. That small VTuber who did nothing wrong other than give her opinion. I saw a video talking about editing a short day for a year. That would be a hard thing to do. It is hard. It is hard. I would like to do more clips, but June is a very busy month for me, so maybe I'll get back into the into the rhythm of things. July and August. Fingers crossed. And if I get a lot of time in July and August, I might be able to make standalone videos as well. Maybe if I have a short topic, which I do not want to address in a stream, but I want to address in video format, I'll probably try something like that too. So look forward to that, lurkers. I will see whether I can sort that out. But back to this topic. Oh boy, it was a horrible, horrible topic. So Monya found out. Monya basically, sorry. Basically, Monya responded to the stream that where Demi threw shade at her, okay? And she was very upset. Well, she was not upset, but she was disappointed. Monya was disappointed. All she did was express her opinion over streaming. And Demi basically mocked her and probably sent her followers to go after her. Or her followers will probably go after her by their own accord because of the way Demi had mocked her. She posted a clip from a fan clipper of hers. It was a legitimate fan clipper of hers. I want you to understand that. It was a legitimate fan clipper of hers. And I will show you more images later, but she did that. She showed a legitimate fan clipper of hers. And surprise, surprise, in comes Rosie Bell Moo. Rosie Bell. Another big name. Another big name. Well, a relatively big name. It rivals Demi, basically. And Rosie Bell was like, what the heck are you doing, Demi? This is uncalled for. All because she said when you have to juggle multiple responsibilities at a time, streaming can be hard. That is all this smaller VTuber say, and you bullied her for it. And she referred to direct screenshots that you can see in the right image to the post in question and that clip in question. That clip in question is from a fan clipper. That does not exist anymore, by the way, if I recall correctly. Oh, I can't find the fan clipper anymore. But it used to be a fan clipper, as you can see down here. This is the image. I don't know whether there's an archive of this clip anywhere at all on the internet right now. I do not know. I really do not know. But she didn't deserve anything. She did not deserve even a bit of what happened to her. And look here. This was a screen cap of the thumbnail and the title before the video got copyright struck. Remember, this is from a fan clipper, a Demi fan. He was a Demi fan. As you can see in the description, the fan clipper was doing his or her best to frame it as if Demi was just addressing Twitter drama. Not that she started bullying. Of course, the moment people actually clicked on that video, they found out that she was being very, very mean to this one very small VTuber. And it made her look bad. It made her look really, really bad. And the funniest thing is, I don't think this clipper even realized how bad he made Demi look, probably. You see, as you can see in the descriptions, there are still posts to go support Demi, go support Demi, go support her Twitch, go support her YouTube, and all these things, all this blah 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 stuff, okay? You see, read at the bottom right here, if you need it. This is a fan-made channel and does not belong to Demi. You can click on these links yourself. But here's what it looked like. Within the few hours that the video got deleted. Don't believe me? Let's open this. This is a screen cap made by one of the repliers. So this was the video that got deleted. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Demi. Maybe I'm okay. To be fair, maybe I'm just exaggerating a little bit, but probably within a day or two. Basically, in less than a week, that video got taken down. That clip got taken down within less than a week. And I suspect it was taken down within a day, actually. But again, we can never know. It happened some time ago. We'll never find out about it. But yes, as you can see right here, this was a screenshot, and I don't think these are from people who liked Demi. Let's be fair here. Monya's fans used to be on good terms with Demi when Monya was on good terms with Demi. So I do not see a reason why one of Monya's friends and mutuals would would deliberately lie about Dame copyright striking the clip. So yes, not the most flattering of situations. And now we get to an AI image. I'm sorry, lurkers, it's an AI image, but another lurker sent it to me. Another lurker who wishes not to be named sent it to me. And well, oh boy, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? After you learn about all this, are you ready for what I'm about to show you? It's AI image, though, granted. It's a meme. I'm going to caveat this and say outright for legal purposes and any other purpose whatsoever, this is a meme. It did not happen. It is a meme. No, that's not Nikita. He is the Quartering. Jeremy from the Quartering. You know, Jeremy Brand Jeremy, the second Boulder King.
You will have nothing and you will
This is a table summary of everything that is. Why do I call her VTuber Brand VTuber? See you, Trump, but have a good day. Thank you for the 5. Everything, you can read this table in your own time. You can pause it. But I saw so much familiarity when I learned about what Dame did and what Jeremy from the Quartering did. Okay? They indeed are the Boulder couple. Meme, by the way. Meme. So, her core persona. They are trying very, very hard to pretend to be for the truth. Truth as in, Demi tries to be the authentic, quote-unquote, authentic personality. And a Quartering is to be like anti-censorship, for free speech, only listen to the truth, all of that. There is so much parallels between Jeremy from the Quartering and Deme, and again, it is shocking to me. It is so shocking to me that people are focusing on the wrong things when they're talking about Deme. Do not focus on her personal life, probably. I would say focus less on her personal life, focus less on her relationships, focus less on her physical appearance, focus more on what she has actually done. What she has actually done to make the VTuber scene more so crushingly toxic. I can tell you with high levels of confidence that if you focus on only her actions, it's more than enough spice. It's more than enough criticism. It's more than enough for you to make content over. Even her personal attacks and crash outs, you saw it live, lurkers. You saw it live, okay? What she did to Chibi reviews, what she did to everyone, not just Chibi reviews. She did to everyone, accused everyone of being Chibi fans. Her meltdowns, how she talked about Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, but she basically just fell short of implying that people who disagree with her are incels. She says along the lines, and I quote, "Men who have never spoken to a woman," in other words, incels. So much for all that care about men's mental health. So much for all of that. And of course, the meltdown, the crash out is similar to quartering. How he calls everyone cancel culture mob. How he calls people like the Kino Casino going after his wife, even though he was the one throwing a lot of shade on about his wife. How he goes around threatening a whole bunch of people, threatening Stuttering Craig to leak his DMs. Surprise, surprise, his DM. Stuttering Craig showed his DMs himself, and absolutely nothing of substance was in there. And of course, the false flagging. That is the core of everything. The false flagging. When you go mundane, that's when things start to get very serious. When you start collecting boulders, that's when things start getting serious. When you call your brand, VTuber brand VTuber, coffee brand coffee, that's when things start to get serious. And I do not think that a lot of people are able to appreciate that damage is, in my humble opinion, causing way more damage than people think she is causing. Really. And as I showed you, if even her fan clipper channel can get DMCA takedown, false flagged, no one is safe. No one is safe. It is ironic, yes. It is very ironic. So yes, which is why I say it. Reality rhymes. I've hardly ever seen an example of a Rule 63 in real life, internet. Then now, I thought Rule 63 were in the realm of fan art, were in the realm of fan fiction, but I guess I was wrong. Now with that out of the way, apparently you told me, is Nara Rules not I don't... We have a literal representation of a Rule 63 indeed, correct. Now, since that's over with, let's see what is her supposed apology, okay? I suppose it's this one? Is it this one? Which one is it? So Demi is doing what a lot of people who realize that they have screwed up royally is doing. Sharing a whole bunch of fan art. Sharing a whole bunch of wholesome fan art. Pretending for a brief moment that the problems do not exist. Burger Cat, welcome. Thank you for the 13th month. What was with the evil looking face? That's basically, that is the modus operandi for most people who are part of a scandal that they cannot handle. Sharing fan art. I suppose this is the apology you're talking about, right? Is this the apology you're talking about, Lurkus? Is this the one you... Is this her latest update? Okay, let's see what she says. And let's hope I don't get more disappointed than I already am, okay? I was ready to genuinely take this to the ground because of the idea that why should I ever feel bad being rude to someone who is, in your opinion, a piece of trash? After some reflection, the thought occurred to me, do I really want to go as low as him though? You already did. You already did. No, Deme. You already did. You could have called Chibi reviews every word on the board. You could have called him weird. You could have called him a-hole. You could have called him a piece of trash. You could have thrown any insult at him at all. But you didn't. You went straight. You went straight for the neck. You went straight for the jugular. You talked about his lowest point in life. About the ex-fiancé incident. Knowing full well you had your own bad history with people in your life. Suddenly, you care, Paul, thank you for the sub. Suddenly, you care so, you do not care about, oh, we do not bring up people's darkest points in life. That is toxicity, that is bullying. I will never do such a thing. What happened? The moment you see Chibi reviews, you went all out. You went all out. Let's continue reading this. Do I really want to go as low as him? You already did. I'm sorry, you already did. This is past tense. The correct answer is the thought occurred to me. I went as low as him at the very least. It's past tense. I said what I said because I personally think there is no scenario that a friend group chooses to side the side of a fiancé that cheats. I can't even fathom friends siding with a cheater. Is that your place to comment about it though? It sounds to me like you're justifying publicly saying such shameless, low-blown things. That's what it seems to me. DZ, I'm not going to comment about Demi's appearance IRL. I'm not going to comment about it at all. If you want to answer that question for yourself, just look on X, okay? Just look on the websites. However, would I have brought it up if I knew he was in a very dark state of mind because of it? No. You brought it up. You still brought it up. Let's be fair here, you still brought it up. You know, this low blow is enough to harm a lot of people mentally because it's a traumatic incident, specifically for them. And even if Chibi was not in the darkest spot in his mind, even if he wasn't, that would be enough to be such a huge blow to him that it might create the risk as well. You should know that. You should know that. Literally, you should know that because you experienced something like this before. You had serious relationship issues. There is no excuse for you to not know this. There's no excuse for you to not even consider the possibility that a low blow like this is going to do a lot of mental stabbings on a person, regardless of whether you like him or not. I admitted in the previous tweet, so why didn't I apologize? Because it's this and that, blah. But I thought about it, and that kind of ideology is quite half. You went double, triple, quadruple down, and you didn't seem to give a crap about it. I mean, let's be fair here. The only reason you are covering about, the only reason you are bringing this up right now is because you got backlash. If you didn't have the backlash, if people who are talking about you didn't ratio you in a heartbeat, you wouldn't have done any of this. I can say with a strong level of certainty you would not have done any of this. You will still be smugly insulting Chibi. You will still be smugly saying that you did nothing wrong. Don't pretend now you suddenly realize how bad it was. But I thought about it, Decker. I knew I was wrong and I admitted that twice, but I did apologize. When you know that is coward. That is the makings of a coward. Okay? If you realize you did something wrong, the only right thing to do is to apologize for it. It doesn't matter whether the wrong thing was directed as what you will perceive as the correct target. You know it was wrong, and wrong is wrong. So shut up about that. Wrong is wrong. So after reflection, I'm sorry for bringing up a memory that makes someone feel that way. It was a low blow even if I didn't know, regardless of whether he was intentionally being horrible. I don't want to stoop to his level. No. You already did, Demi. You already did. She did not apologize. It's another pathetic non-apology. She can't go after all of us without attracting attention to herself. Go ahead, make my day, Demi. Go ahead, make my day. Go ahead, make my day. Go after Rev. Go after Oko. go after every single person to have ever commented about you. Go after Rima. Go ahead, go after all of them. Go after me, go after everyone. What law did Chibi do? I have no idea. Till this day, I never really understood what the hell Chibi has done to get all this hate that he gets. I do not understand. Other than having opinions about anime that's probably going to get some people angry, but his opinions about anime, nothing that serious. I didn't like Boruto either. I felt like it should have stopped at Naruto. Boruto was just, in my humble opinion, in my most humble opinion, I feel like Boruto was basically a waste of time. I mean, what the hell of a name is Boruto? It's not even an actual Japanese name, not that I hear. Okay. Answer me this question, lurkers. Answer me this question honestly. Who names their son Boat? And who names their daughter Salad? Who the hell does that? Kishimoto, what the hell are you thinking? I don't get it. Even the name does not make sense to me. At least Naruto had a smart name, okay? It's funny enough. It's funny enough to be a jab at. It's funny enough to be a jab. Can you stop saying muted? Don't scare me like this, please. I can hear myself. Is not. I can hear myself. I hear myself. Don't. Oh. I mean, honestly, at least Naruto's name made sense. Naruto's name made sense. It is a funny jab of fish cakes, but it was also the change of the word. It could mean maelstrom, which was a smart name. Naruto was a smart name, at least. Then Boruto's are what? Literally? It's literally a loan word as a Japanese name. What the hell? Of course, I don't. This is not a stream about Naruto and Boruto. I'm sorry, but I don't think this is the. To me, the biggest problem on the sea Lurker-chan, to me the biggest probably Boruto is his existence. I'm sorry to say that, but that's what I think. What the hell? Kenny? Jenny? Okay, I have enough. I have enough of this. Let's move on to the next topic already. You have any more questions about this topic before we move on? Any questions at all? As you probably know, we are talking about VTuber, brand VTuber. Dr. Octo, I am sorry to say this, but no, I'm sorry. I got no more questions about Demi and Bart. Oh no, they killed Kenny. Oh. This was not a fun topic. And it's just gonna get worse from here, by the way. It's gonna get worse. No. This is the second worst. This is the second worst. Which part of the month is best for you, beginning or end? It seems that beginnings the months are always rough. It's a coin toss. It's really a coin toss. I've been very busy this month. I've been really busy this month, so I haven't had the chance to stream as much as I want to. And again, this coming Thursday, I have another busy schedule, which means I have to skip the Thursday stream. Which is partially the reason why I wanted to bring up the UK incident at the start. Yeah, and this face con worked out well, which made me happy. And at the end of this, I'm going to make some holistic opinions about the VTuber sphere, okay? The VTuber sphere. And I am very, very conflicted with it. I am extremely conflicted with with everything in the VTuber sphere. Wait, 3. Where is that meme? Where is that meme? Do you want a short break, lurkers? Do you want a short break? Then I'm gonna move on to the next topic after this. Demi oh yeah. I heard people talked about this. Yes, Demi did throw shade at Neuro as well. Demi threw shade at Neuro. And basically it was so bad that so many people started to, let's just say, keep a distance from her. A lot of people kept their distance from her. If I recall correctly, if I'm correct at least, even Camilla kept her distance from her after her comments about Neuro, I think. So many people. And of course Rosie Bell, we know what happened between her and Rosie Bell. We know what happened between her and Olivia Monroe. We know what happened between her and Shondo. In terms of her peers, almost all her peers are her enemies at this point. But looks like I might be making more posts about this person. But again, I want to open a poll. It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed, okay? It's not confirmed. This is just a suggestion. Depending on what you vote, I'm just going to take it as input, but I just want to see what you all think about it. Of course, Nyara, Bint, and Macaroni in a Pot are defending her. Of course they are. Why does it not surprise me the slightest? Why? Honestly, to me, Chibi is just a guy with opinions on anime, just like basically every single one of us. All he ever talks about is anime. What makes him so special? I will consider. Maybe I will consider not to post it. I will hold on to it though. Okay, here's what I'll do, Lucas. Here's what I will do. What I will do is I'm going to hold on to this image. I would hold on to this image. And if Demi really starts to false flag a whole bunch of other YouTuber and VTubers videos and Clipper videos, if she starts to false flag a lot of them, and it became such a big, serious issue that no one can ignore it anymore, I'll post it. At that point, I will post it. In other words, I won't post it right now, but I'm just going to, I'm going to basically challenge her. Make my day, in other words. It's a make my day moment. Yes, of course I did, Hachiko. And did you read my post about it? I complained a lot about it. But in the meantime, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Ben Eastman. Ben Eastman. Oh yeah, Make My Day is a Clint Eastwood. It's a Clint Eastwood reference, isn't it? I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I just remember. It. I like Gran Torino. It was a nice movie. Gran Torino was a very nice movie. If you want to watch it, I highly suggest you watch it. It was a nice movie. At this point, Demi has worse people than me. If she wants to get rid of people talking about her. But yeah, I'm going to leave the Demi talk at this in the interim, and I'll move on to the next topic after a short break. Don't go anywhere, lurkers. We have another topic, and I do not look forward to this topic either. I do not look forward to this topic either. but it has to be said. Because it kind of gone under the radar. It has kind of gone under the radar, and probably it will be a good idea to bring it back up into the radar. I'll see you in a few minutes. Liu Qi, Liu Qi, Liu Qi. 6767676767. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, your Oshi will be the next Boulder Queen at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Okay, that's an actual threat. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to my office. There we go. We're back. We're going to move on to the next topic. We needed that little bit of an escape. Auntie, your employees have tied me up and left me on the top of the roof. Why? Well, you broke into my house, didn't you? It's what you deserve, Lecter. OP. We're going to move on to the next topic. And this is a topic that is... it went under the radar, but what made it extremely disappointing is that it should not have gone under the radar. the golden age of VTubing again. It just keeps getting in more danger. And even corporations can get as bad as some of the most toxic so-called indie VTubers. This is a rabbit hole. This is a very deep rabbit hole. And oh boy, VNU is a VTuber agency in South Korea. And if you thought that Niji Sanji Ian was horrible, apparently VNU was pretty bad as well. Yup, another VTuber corporation collapsing. Another one. Clock Woman. Yes, I love the Clock Woman. But Pink Woman is definitely better. You will not win. You can't change my mind. Pink Woman is slightly better than Clock Woman. But VNU is one-upping Niji, and apparently it got leaked. One of the contracts got leaked on Reddit, and we will have a look at that, won't we? Let's have a look at it just to read it together. Pink Woman, Himemari Luna, but Bamish. No, I'm not. Magic. Oh, well. What a horrible, horrible place. But anyway, this goes back 2 years ago. It was a ticking time bomb, basically. Again, take you with a, oh wow. Let's read a little bit. I haven't really gone too deep into the VNU situation myself, because I was focusing a lot on the Demi as well as the UK incidents. But what I have learned is quite, well, black company stuff, basically. It's black company stuff. Legal Miser revealed an assigned VNU VTuber contract allegedly received from Seraphi. It highlights minimum requirements of 3 streams a week for at least 2 hours per stream, plus at least 3 social media posts a week. Can be updated during monthly consults, with company having final say so long as it's reasonable. Okay. The broadcaster indemnifies the company of any damages that arise from streams. Oh boy, here we go. I guess here we go. Broadcaster needs to check with the company before communicating or working with anyone about stream-related stuff. Okay, I'm gonna get fired in a heartbeat, Lucas. I'm gonna be fired, and if I were part of VNU, I'd be fired in a heartbeat, and I'm probably going to be sued. Thank goodness I'm not. I can do the first part real well. I'm obsessed like that. I can do the first part okay. 3 streams a week, 2 hours per stream. That's fine. And these 3 social media posts per week, oh boy. You will struggle to get me to not post for 1 day. Yep. In other words, Clipper has to be screened by the corporation, I suspect. The agreement has the duration of a year. There's a trial period of 4 months, near the end of which either party can terminate. The company may, in consultation with the broadcaster, replace this agreement with one more advantageous monetarily for the broadcaster before this agreement ends. It is alleged that this is the only agreement. If that is the case, since this contract was supposedly signed in 2022, Seraphi would have been working under no contract. Woof. Alright, she updated that she's under 3-year contract, okay. For the first 4 months, that trial period thing, assume it's the period of time after signing the agreement but before the debut. The broadcaster is paid $500 a month for the first 3 months and $2,500 for the last month. Income after that is not specified in the agreement, but rather shall be determined through mutual consultation. Interesting. I mean, not complete original. Yeah, I could prefer VTuber from gay stand. I would suppose these contracts are remnants of holdovers from when VTubing was mainly skit-based before live streaming boomed, and the corpo just did not update the TNCs. Fair interpretation. But I mean, V tweets more on off-stream than on, and Badmin V tweets every stream. Nah, no way. I don't V tweet in every stream, lurkers. Ain't no way. Ain't no way I V tweet every stream, lurkers. No way. No way. Nah, no way. Don't think I do see that, Johan. Let's have a look. Let's continue. Agreement also explicitly tries to claim that this is not a labor or employment contract, but similar to Niji Sanji's contract, has stipulations of exclusivity. Don't think I didn't read that, Wispy. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, your Oshi is going to get an oppressive black company contract at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. Seriously, you people, you lurkers, all of you lurkers, so many lurkers misbehaving every single day. Every single day. I'm joining a black company? No. I am the black company, lurkers. I don't join the black company. I am the black company. I am the one who creates the contracts. I am Heisenmin. Okay. That's enough jokes. That's enough jokes. Shut up. Shut up. Can we say shut up? Zephyr, shut up. Freeman, shut up. I should not have said that word. Should not have said that word. No. If agreement is terminated for cause by default of broadcaster agrees to pay back all compensation they receive, plus direct expenses incurred for the performance of VTuber work, replacement, personal input costs, and damages. If they don't calculate a total of that, the company can choose 5 times compensation received. Non-compete with third party and NDA for 3 years after termination. Holy shit. Reddit being Reddit is always Reddit being Reddit. Always. But anyway, let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. Close this. Back to this topic. The talent mismanagement. I have access to an article that we can read together, and I might give my opinions depending on what we read. Okay? And oh boy, all these things, VTubing has turned into such a trash fire at times, and it's so... That is literal scamming. That is evil. Amano Seraphi no longer part of VNU. This was back in March 21st, 2024. VNU, a VTuber agency, posted that it terminated its contract with one of its livers, Seraphi of Solstice, according to official. It's because she broke her contract. It's such an easy contract to break, honestly. In a statement, VNU stated that Seraphi told the company February 28, 2024 that she wanted to break her contract and refused direct communication. She would communicate with agency through her lawyer. VNU explained that he never made this public because he wanted to continue working with Seraphi. However, the recent events have been damaging to the other talents currently working with VNU. Let me guess. Seraphi was disclosing inconvenient information to the other talents within the company. Is that a good guess? The reason so Tamea's association with Seraphi. Seraphi's membership closed after the announcement VNU was working to refund super chats and YouTube membership fees that Seraphi received December 23. Reactions have been negative. People know that VNU should have chosen to focus on supporting new talents rather than to go after Amano. The reason behind the negativity stems from a Reddit post in which Seraphi stated she graduated from VNU late February 24 due to mental health issues. And as we can see from the discourse about VNU, there might be some. It's not just a buzzword. After her birthday stream, she had to take a week off to recover, during which the time her managers talked to her, she mentioned that she did not feel like her managers were supporting her or giving her analytics during the weekly meetings and wanted to graduate peacefully and early. Holy sh... Excuse me, what? Oh boy. my god. 100k. To leave early. What is this? Adobe? That is horrible. That is a horrible. Seraphi's Twitter has been inactive since February 24. Many have been comparing situation to Niji Sanji with Selen. As of March 24, Seraphi is officially not part of VNU Rufana memberships. Wow. This is a rabbit hole. This is another rabbit hole I probably... Depending on how deep this goes, how much this crumbles. I wonder how much worse is gonna happen. So this is the recent drama. These are some old ones. This is an old one. Okay, this is to set the scene, as some would say. This is to set the scene. This is the recent ones, basically, give or take. The restructuring, this one made a lot of the news, and there's what a lot of lurkers have told me 2 days ago back on Twitch that there is quite a big hullabaloo with the whole restructuring incident. Basically, if anything, you are losing money working with VNU rather than making money. They'll treat you, it seems from what I'm reading, they treat you like trash. They treat you like trash to the point they use to test your tolerance, to test your willpower. And when you eventually and inevitably snap and say, I have enough, then they go on with you, okay, you may leave, but pay me a couple of $100,000 please, then you're free to leave. If not, we'll sue you. Electronic control, if that ever happens, touch wood. If that ever happens, touch wood, get a lawyer as well. Please, for the love of all that's lovely, get a lawyer too. Preferably Saul Goodman, if he actually exists. Long history of problems, repeated talent mistreatment, companies, harsh contracts, we saw that. Low pay in trials, we saw that. Big exit fees, we saw that. Public disputes, withheld funds, IP issues, toxic reputation. A wave of graduation hiatus, multiple tenants left, gone hiatus in batches. A lot of names. Many go indie though. Not a full it's not a full shutdown. It's very important to say it's not a full shutdown. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. It's a slow bleed out. VNU is slowly bleeding out, and it is a it's not a ticking time bomb, it's a sinking ship, basically. Saula Perman. What the hell is with all these references to me? I'm not Saul Goodman. I'm really not Saul Goodman. Come on. Come on. Grow up. Grow up, Lakers, grow up. Let me see. Not a sudden full shutdown. We saw that. Talents have to make vague posts. They have to, as you can probably see. But if the leaks contracts are to be believed, as you can probably see, all they can do is vague posts for 3 years. Where would this rank in the Lou Pearlman scale? Good question. Do you Lakers remember Lou Pearlman from last week's stream? I would say, in terms of 0 being very un-Lou Pearlman-like to 100 being extremely Lou Pearlman-like, I would say this is probably Oh, Lou Pearlman was horrible. 65? Probably 65? I would say probably 65. It could be a lot worse, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, but it could be a lot worse. Ben Goodman. Oh no, stop it, stop it, stop it. 65. It is horrible, but it could be a lot worse. If any of you Lakers do not know who Lou Pearlman is, he was known as the boy band guy. The guy who created Backstreet Boys and the guy who created NSYNC and a whole lot of other smaller groups. Long story short, he was quite the scammer and quite the greedy man. The rest is history. Current status: VNU still exists but scaling back heavily. Some titles remain active. Limited support. Is a sinking ship. There are some additions, but honestly, the fans caught on. And yeah, he died. Lou Pearlman died. He died of a heart attack. That's what happens when you have a horrible lifestyle. I can tell you for certain. I want to open this presentation. Hold on, give me a moment, like this. I want to open this presentation. I'll close this. I'll close. Cancel. I will close this. Hold on. I will close this. Let's save this for a moment. Let me open the other presentation. Hold on. PowerPoint. There we go. We talked about this last week. Right, the week before. I actually can't remember. This was week before. It kind of flows back. It's still fitting for today's topic. But Lou Pearlman was known as the boy band guy. He was known as the boy band guy. And you know what was the funniest thing about Lou Pearlman? If he was still alive and he got out of prison today, he would probably open a VTuber agency. He would have. What happened to VShojo, what happened to Cometa, and what happened to Mirage represents three different facets of Lou Pearlman. VShojo, the empire that crumbled in on itself and imploded. Cometa, the boss who considers himself the emperor. Everything he says or does goes, and that every person working under him has to listen to his whims and fancies. And then Luminara, the big promises, the too good to be true vows. You will make it big. Join us, you will make it big. VNU is a little bit of everything, actually. He is a little bit of everything. I would say it is more on... If I had to add it into the Lou Pearlman facet, it would be the oppression. It looks like oppression. It is sheer, unadulterated oppression. You're stuck in there. You are watched. You're policed. And whatever mistakes you do, you have to pay for it. Oftentimes out of your own pocket. That's what I think. That is what I think. And oh boy, this Lou Pearlman this Lou Pearlman thing it went deep. Let's just say it went really, really deep, okay? But on a side note, lurkers, the moral of the story for Lou Pearlman is very simple. Join my VTuber agency, lurkers. If you're an aspiring VTuber, join right now. Join right now. I can guarantee you 10,000 viewers every stream. 200% of your revenue you get to keep. All you have to do is pay for a very, very low membership of $6,767.67. Let's make it big together. I am the Generalissimo of the VTuber agency. You can trust me. Lurkers, you can trust me. Does this look like the face of someone who's about to scam you, lurkers? Let's be fair here. Does this look like the face of someone who's about to scam you? Does this look like the face of someone who is untrustworthy? Let's be fair here. You can see the honesty that is coming out of my being right now. That was fun. I love doing this. I'm going to advertise by VTuber agency that exists in the back rooms every single time. Let's get back to that presentation. We're getting a little bit distracted. I spend most of my time doing the DEME research as well as the UK research, and also a bit of the VLR research. Okay, spoiler alert. But anyway, if you want further details on the VNU, we'll have to do it on a different stream. And oh boy, that's a whole different... It's still sinking. Okay? It's still sinking. Looks like I am the most trustworthy person in the universe, like this. No. You know what? Let's move on to VLR. Let's move on to VLR, okay? And it's a story that is going to surprise you. Okay? It's a story that's going to surprise you. It's not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is, okay? It's not what you think it is. It's not what a lot of you all think it is. I did research. Shut up, Zavop. But we're going to move into it. And I'm going to be extremely fair here. After knowing what I know about VLR, I can only feel... The feeling I felt the most was... honestly, sadness. So VLR, for those who do not know, it is a R18 not safe for work VTuber agency. It was, at least. They are the VTubers under this group who all specialize on 18 plus not safe for work type of content. It's honestly That's the high level pitch. They were successful. They were successful for quite a while until they shut down. And people would like to say that it is that VLO had a skill issue, that they had a business issue. Oh, VLO is just another stupid VTuber agency that shut down. No. The reason it shut down was basically the founder, owner, and the sole manager of VLO was on the verge of extreme health issues. Essentially, you can read this yourself. We read about the VLO shutdown before, but essentially, her name is Stroni. She's also one of the talents, but she's also the manager. So imagine that. She streams, she creates content, but she also manages every other member in the agency. She manages sponsorships, she manages marketing, she manages contracts, she manages clippers, everything. And around mid-April of 2026, she had a big scare, a big health scare. She was admitted to the hospital. Details were not very clear, but based on people who were familiar with the situation at VLR and of course circumstantial evidence that was discussed by fans, it was a very severe health backlash from overworking. Stroni was described as a serial workaholic. She managed everything herself. The other talents, all they had to worry about was their streaming and their own personal content. And Stroni herself would manage everything else in the back end, alongside her own streaming. So, after she got released from the hospital, to our non-surprise, VLR announced its shutdown. So TLDR, Stroni was dangerously close to what some of the Japanese would call karoshi. What does karoshi mean? Karoshi basically means work till death. Death by overwork. If Stroni came back out of hospital and said, I'm going to keep working, I'm going to keep running VLR, I'm going to keep doing everything again, her next trip to the hospital might not be as easy as it was with the first time. In fact, it might be fatal. Karoshi syndrome is a very real situation. I have a lot of personal stories as well, Lucas. I have a lot of personal stories, especially some in mainland. But of course, in the case of Karoshi, you probably heard about the story. There are some men and women who work, whether it's in a black company, by choice or by desire, or by just sheer pressure to commit. They do not work a 9-to-5 job. They work a 7 to 11 job. They work a 7 to 11 job. They turn up at work at 7 a.m. in the morning, which means they probably have to wake up around 5 a.m., take the commute, and be at work by 7 a.m. And they do not get to go back home until around 11 p.m. Imagine doing this day after day after day after day after day. And those are just workers, by the way. Those are just workers. They have to go to the office, do work, and when they're home, they're home. Not with Stroni. Her work is her life. She wakes up, she's at work. She turns on the computer, she's at work. She talks to her friends, she talks to her mutuals, she's at work. Every second of her life is work. Until her body started to give way, as you can see in this case here. She was her own boss, and evidently, she was her own boss. And her boss was a harsh mistress. She was extremely harsh to herself based on what I found out. And it showed. So, the rest is history. Whether she decided it herself or her own personal family and friends told her, just stop, Vtuber shut down. Vtuber is a very special agency, not because of their specific niche, but because of the way it's structured. Vtuber exists and ceases to exist based on only one person, Stroni. She is Vtuber and Vtuber is her. And if she decides to stop, Vtuber stops with her. And that is why Vtuber shut down ultimately. And in my opinion, that's what I can gather to be the facts of the situation with Vtuber. A lot of people on X, especially those fake Christians, those performative trads, who always talk about banning, not safe for work, always talking about banning off-brand. They were gloating about Vtuber. Oh, the degenerate VTuber agency shut down, good for them. They lost a lot of money, they shut down, good for them. They failed, so they shut down. That is such a good thing, no? I want you to understand correctly. Vtuber did not shut down because they failed. Vtuber shut down because the person who was at the helm of the ship was on the verge of karoshi. And for those like Melanie Matt, like John Del Aros, the Rice Man, and all those other so-called wholesome VTuber fans only, you do not throw shade at a VTuber agency who did nothing wrong, who did right by their members and by their audience. Vtuber had every right to exist. And don't you dare forget that. Every VTuber has a right to exist, whether they are safe for work or non-safe for work. All they have to do is not do anything illegal and not do anything wrong by someone else. You do not like their content? Fine. Don't consume it. Don't watch it. It's that simple. Start a fuss, start complaining, make a scene only if you see some of these corporations and agencies and VTubers start harassing other people and victimizing other people or behaving poorly on the internet. Fair. But Vtuber, in my opinion, did not deserve any of this. Their only quote-unquote crime was being not safe for work and having a not safe for work niche. And as far as I know, they have a right to exist based on that. This is not a talk about... Again, this is not a talk about whether YouTubers deserve to exist or not. They definitely deserve to exist. They have a right to exist. And if they make it big, good for them. The only argument that I have that's even ancillary or on the sides is whether VTubers are the default for a VTuber in the West, which in that case I disagree. I made it very clear. VAlert satisfies a niche. Melody satisfies a niche. Niche by extensions of hyper-specific audiences and consumers. But yeah, this VLR thing was... My heart goes out to them, okay? My heart goes out to Strony. I can respect a hard worker. I can respect somebody who owes everything, who owes all their members to themselves. Who goes above and beyond to make sure all the members in her group are comfortable and happy, and that they do not have to worry about anything else other than to stream at the times they want to stream. I can respect that type of person. I can respect that type of a devoted worker. And although I do not consume this type of content, you do not have to be a fan of that type of content to respect that amount of principles and that amount of dedication. We're going to get to that later, Hachiko. Do not worry. We are going to get to that. We are going to get to that. And oh boy, that's quite a story in itself, okay? That's quite a story in itself. So, any more questions before we move on to that part? Any more questions about VAlert? Any more questions about their boss, Strony? Again, as someone who respects this amount of dedication, again, I judge people based on their actions. I judge people based on the content of their character and their actions. And if what I have researched about Strony is anything to go by, I have only respect for her. For what she actually works on. Not her content, but what she actually works on. The hard work she puts in managing multiple people. Again, she internalizes this very important statement. Hold on, I want to go back to this slide. I want to go back to this slide for a moment. This important slide. She represents everything that I talked about in that previous stream. She made sure she was prepared financially. She made sure she had the lawyers with the competency to make sure all the contracts were stable. She made sure she had proper boundaries between herself and people who are part of her agency. She made sure that the culture was not stifling herself, neither herself nor everyone around her. And she understood that she was running a business, and she put it on herself to work with full dedication. And at the end of the day, she understood that she was managing other people's lives on her behalf. who managed other people's lives on their behalf. She was everything that I say a VTuber agency manager should be. And for that she deserves credit. And honestly, Stroni is better than just about every single big name indie VTuber out there, in my personal opinion. Even many safe for work indie VTubers. When you put others' lives and livelihood in your own hands and you do right by them, that is very respectable. So yeah, Stroni, you probably never see this. You probably never see this stream. And I don't know how many VLR fans actually are in the stream right now. But I wish you good health. I wish you to get better. And whatever you decide to do for yourself or for other people, don't put your life at risk. I don't know. I honestly do not know. All I can do is to give her well wishes that she recovers properly. If I know for a fact is that I am worried, because one of the biggest problems with a karoshi, someone who suffers from karoshi syndrome, is that they have a high chance of getting a stroke. A very high chance of getting a stroke. And strokes are problems that create permanent damage. So I hope Stroni did not get a stroke. I hope. I mean, it's noon now, time for lunch. I do not have time for lunch, but you can go grab your lunch, Sito-chan. I had a heavier than usual breakfast. I have seen people who have suffered strokes, and it's not pretty, okay? It's very not pretty. If you have one, touch wood, it never happens to anyone at all, that especially none of you all. But I've seen people who have had strokes. Some of the worst strokes kills you, of course. But some of the minor strokes will leave permanent damage on you that will never recover. You will never recover. In some cases, one wrong stroke, your arm ceases to function. Your leg ceases to function. One wrong stroke, half of your face freezes, paralyzes. Half of your face enters paralysis. So you end up talking with only half of your face moving. In a case for one that's even worse, a fate worse than death, sometimes stroke leaves your entire body paralyzed and even incapable of talking. You become a vegetable. So no, karoshi is definitely not something you want to fall victim to, and strokes especially. Stephen Hawking was different. He had a hereditary gene-related slow degradation of his nerves. So Stephen Hawking had a it is genes related. Stroke is lifestyle related most of the time. Which is why I'm trying my best to make sure that I manage my cortisol levels as well. Again, well wishes to Strony. And now we're going to move on to the next related topic. It's still related to VAlert, but it's going to boil your blood, I would say. Okay? It's going to boil your blood. As some of you probably know, and some of you lurkers have mentioned to me in previous streams on Twitch and YouTube, Anna Valens, Macaroni in a Pot, was extremely happy to find the news that VAlert had shut down. Anna Valens wrote a very unflattering piece about the end of VAlert. And despite what I have just told you, that VAlert shutting down was solely because Strony, the boss and founder and owner of VAlert, was unable to physically cope with all the workload and she was on the verge of karoshi. Anna Valens would have you form the impression that VAlert shut down because it failed. Anna Valens would have you form that opinion, that VAlert was a failure, that no one liked VAlert, that VAlert was filled with scandals and it imploded. And as you can see, look at this article right here. Look at the last line right here. What's happening with VAlert and Anon on 4chan VT wrote at the tail end of May? Feels like we are going to get black text on white background any day now, implying VAlert was mismanaged like Niji Sanji En. When none of it was true. I told you straight to your face. VAlert is one of those agencies that rode off to the sunset. It's the closest you ever get to a happy ending. Happy enough ending for the end of a VTuber agency. I think, Lurker-chan, I think you have to understand this, okay, Lurker-chan? When you have a project, a business, something that you really, really deeply care about, will you ever feel that you are ready to say goodbye? If I were Strony, I wouldn't say so. I would struggle. I would be on the verge of crying as I write out the announcement that VAlert is gonna shut down. Do you think I would want to? Would you feel that, because especially given the fact that VAlert is shutting down because you think to yourself that it's your personal failure that your baby, your proverbial baby, is shutting down. I do not dare to presume what Strony was thinking as VAlert was shutting down, but if I were in her position, all I would feel is guilt. I would feel guilt because, to me, I would think, I feel guilty I'm not strong enough to keep this going. I feel guilty that I am not healthy enough to keep it alive. That I have to say goodbye. I don't want this to happen. But my friends told me, my family told me if I keep going, I could die. Can you imagine that feeling? Look, Chan, you also have to understand this also. Maybe you are right, probably on a factual basis, on a factual objective basis, you are probably right. But you have to think about it as the person running things. You created everything. Okay? You created everything. It is your baby. For lack of a better term, it is your baby. You saw it grew from nothing into something. And for as long as you can help it, are you willing to allow someone, a stranger, most likely, to manage even parts of your baby? I don't know. I have seen people who will say with conviction in their eyes, stubbornness even, no, they will not allow anyone to manage their creation other than themselves. I have seen people like that. And who knows, Stroni might be one of those type of people. We will never know. And it's not our right to find out unless she wants to talk about it. Which I don't think she should. And she does not owe it to other people to explain why VLR shut out other than the people who work for her and her fans. To an extent, her fans. And think about it this way. Would you allow someone to completely take over the control of your baby when you let go of it? There are some people who are money hungry, sure, such as those who decide to put their private company into an IPO, sure. There are some people who only care about money at the end of the day, but there are some people who decides that at the end of the day, he wants to keep his creation close to heart. Do you think VAlert has any do you think Stroni will allow VAlert to continue to exist if she is not there to watch it? In fact, do you think, I wouldn't presume anything, but maybe I'll leave this as an open question rather than a rhetorical one. Do you think fans or VAlert would be willing to accept that Stroni is no longer running VAlert and that is being delegated to some manager who might be a complete stranger or some kind of a so-called professional manager who may or may not have bad intentions with the talents and with the brand and the agency itself? Who knows? But yeah, those are some important questions. Those are food for thought. But you know what is the funniest thing about VLR? What is the ironic thing about VLR? What is the ironic thing about VLR? Is that we always see YouTubers as symptoms that VTubing is starting to degrade and degenerate. But when I look at VAlert, a VTuber agency, I see glimpses of the golden age of VTubing. Glimpses, short glimpses. Because I see VTubers who care about what they do, who owe it to themselves to make sure that they do the best that they can be in whatever VTuber niche that they want. So ironically, it's ironic to me that a YouTuber agency embodies all that is good about the golden age of VTubing. And now they're shutting down. They shut down, actually. They did shut down. Because passion can only go so far when your body fails. Passion, determination principles can only go so far when your own body is failing you. Not gonna lie, I wanted to make a non-creative business that I could functionally leave on someone else's hands so I can use the excess profit start a personal creative business. Then, that is... In other words, there is not your baby, Lurker-chan. It is your means to an end, your stepping stone. It's slightly different. But once you have something that you care very deeply about, you will see things in a very different light. Very, very different light. I do say I have full creative quality control where I oversee my projects I want to do, but sometimes it's better to ask or find help. It is. Like I say to Lurker-chan, like I will say to you, objectively speaking, the rational thing is indeed to find help. But when you care about something so much, sometimes rationality may not be the strongest factor in your decision making. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about VTubing as a whole after I finish this, okay? Like I say, this made my blood boil, and I hope it makes your blood boil too. It's a vengeful gloating from Anna Valens. Macaroni in a pot. And why did Anna Valens macaroni in a pot show so much vitriol and glee at the shutdown of VAlert? Well, Anna Valens holds a grudge. Holds a very deep, dark grudge. Once upon a time, Anna Valens applied for VAlert. Once upon a time. VAlert rejected Anna Valens. And because of that, Anna held a grudge. Ever since then, Anna held a grudge. Anna Valens wrote those hit pieces on Vice against VAlert. I'm sure some of you probably remember that. A bunch of Vice articles smearing VAlert. Anna Valens wrote that. And the articles were so disgusting. It threw so much shade at VAlert. It mocked them and demeaned and degraded them, all because they rejected Anna Valens' application. All because of that. It was so bad that Kirsha saw it. And at that point, that was what made Kershaw a target for a lot of people. All because Wheeler and Stroney say, "I'm sorry, you're not a good fit for our agency." They didn't even insult Anna Valens. They didn't even insult Macaroni. I'll just call Anna Valens Macaroni. Didn't even insult Macaroni. It was, should I hold a grudge when I apply for a job and say I'm not a good fit for them? Should I hold a grudge and start writing smear pieces of the workplace I wanted to apply to work for? That is pettiness. Valen's original target was Rena, funnily enough. Then Kershaw jumped in and Macaroni decided to make her an easier target politically. I remember when Rima covered this and this fool joined the stream to defend. Tried to get viewers to basically watch his own channel and basically try to force a collab. Rima makes me confused. I can tell you that I do not really like Mujin, but Rima gives me my feelings of Rima are quite complicated as a content creator. Not personally, as a content creator. But I guess that's a talk for a different time. Yeah. Do y'all want to read the article or not? The link is right here. Do y'all want to read the article or not? Or would you rather just stick to this headline? Stay to this headline. Because this is the last slide. This is the last slide for the stream. After that, we can have a chat. So, do you want to go through the article together, or do you want to give it a hard pass? Let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look. Let me have a look. Okay. For fun, Lucas, I was one step ahead of you, electronic controller. I am reading this from an archive site. I'm one step ahead of you. Alright, let's have a little read of this. The end of VLR. What's happening with VLR at Anon on 4 shows VT wrote it to end of May. Feels like we are going to get black text on white background data. This was what disgusted me after I found out what actually happened to VLR. Not gonna lie, this line had no reason to be there. Macaroni added that line for a reason. And it's meant to paint a very clear picture. It's meant to paint a picture to everyone who reads this article. That VLR was filled with scandals, that VLR was a failure and a ticking time bomb and he imploded on himself. That is perception that Macaroni wants to paint here. In true VLR fashion, the agency decided to post a different kind of announcement. White text on dark purple. June 1st, VLR declared the agency's closure, releasing all active IPs to its talents at no cost to them. Digital equivalent of VR closed hangs on the front page. Decision is shut down was not made lightly. While we won't be able to go into specifics, we want to assure you that our focus remains firmly on our talents and your futures, and I believe them. After knowing the type of agency VLR is, I believe them. To help them move forward with a positive focus on their upcoming content, we kindly ask fans to refrain from directing inquiries on the shutdown during their streams or through other channels. News about VLR ran through the grapevine mid-May, week after I heard about the company's pending June announcement. Contrary receipt was posted on with accurate information about the agency shuttering first 2 weeks of June. I suspect the leak spread quite some time or official policy or Macaroni in a pot held a grudge. Like I told you. It is a grudge. This was in reference to Macaroni getting their application rejected. Here we go, counter to VLR's reputation as a well-oiled vessel. The ship's been left steady far longer than a few months. And I told you exactly what I explained to you. Oh, really? You don't say? Telemanagement have been tabling about VLR's internals publicly. Gen 1 talent Stroni Katos of VLR was not supposed to shutter its door so soon. Oh, you wonder why? You wonder why? Macaroni, you wonder why? Because of this, she almost died. That's why VLR is shuttering down. Their boss almost died of overwork. So spare me the concerns. You knew. If you were even 1/3 of the journalists you claim you are, you would have known that Stroni Katos was in a very stressful physical situation with her health. The health scare happened in mid-April. She recovered. She was stuck in hospital for quite some time, and only around May she managed to get out, and the decision was made within a month. In fact, I would say that she had begun thinking the moment she was admitted to the hospital. The moment she was conscious, she probably thought hard and long about whether she should continue the direction that she's going. You pathetic excuse for a so-called journalist. You pathetic excuse. She was almost a karoshi victim, and this is the drivel you decided to write. Let's continue. I regret clicking this link already. I wish there was another way. I'm heartbroken and could have been for VLR and his talents. I'm so thankful for everyone who came together who tried their best. No, you tried your best, Brony. You didn't even try your best. You did your best. You did your best until you physically could not. Until your body told you you are on the brink. You didn't try your best, you did your best. In other words, VLR has failed. Give me a few minutes, lurkers. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go catch some breath. I'm gonna go catch a breath. Okay? I don't know why I'm getting very, very worked up in this. I do not understand. I don't know why I'm investing so much emotion in this, but I need to catch a breath. I need to eat something anyway. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere, okay? I'll be back with you in 3 minutes. I'm gonna grab some new drinks, something to eat, and I'll be back. I don't know how much more of this article I can read after a line like that, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lurkers, lurkers, lurkers. Hmm. Hope you all had something to eat and something to drink. I am back with some biscuits. I'll probably eat them slowly. No, I haven't eaten yet. I actually haven't eaten yet. I want to. We're gonna have this chat afterwards, Seattle. We're gonna have this chat afterwards, okay? We're gonna have this chat. You will not be alone in this. We're gonna have this chat. But before it can get better, it's got to get worse. And we still have an article to continue to read. Okay? Yep. Any excuse to divert my attention is fine right now. What is it, Lurker-chan? What if Vicky posts? Hold on, let me have a look. Maybe I can show you all this. Maybe I can. Oh shoot. Maybe I can show you all this while I eat something. Fitting as hell. Fitting as hell. She had to break open the ukulele for real. She would. That is exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel with that non-apology concerning Dame. That is what I feel. And it's kind of obvious that Vicky did get blocked. Honesty, yes. She would have liked and retweeted the post if she were slightly more stable. VTuber brand VTuber. Please do not make my day. I am kind of afraid to post that Jeremy and Demi pic. But if you continue to false flag videos shamelessly and justifying yourself doing it, I will post that image. I will post it. Don't think I won't. Not this again. Oh no, not this again. Not this stupid thing again, you piece of shit internet. YouTube? Neil Mohan has ruined YouTube again, lurkers. Neil Mohan has ruined YouTube again. I cannot believe it. The connection to YouTube study went to shit. How is the connection, lurkers? Apparently it's going bad again. Of course it is going bad. Of course it's always going bad. Obviously it always goes bad. Every single time. Instead of focusing like a normal human being, focusing on keeping YouTube stable, what we have right now is just stupid AI causing problems. All you ever care about is AI, Neil Mohan. I hate that you are the YouTube CEO. All you ever do is cause problems. How is the connection so bad? Is anything happening? My God, why is it still so bad? What is going on? What is going on with the stupid YouTube? I can't even I don't even know whether y'all can listen to me right now or not. Every single time I stream on YouTube, this is why I stream less on YouTube nowadays, because this is why I stream so much less on YouTube nowadays. Because of this problem. Because of this goddamn problem. I wonder if you get better. Because it still says YouTube is not responding, I don't know why. Serious issue that needs attention. How the hell am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do this? Oh, is there any sound coming? Is there any sound coming? Serious issue that needs attention. How the hell am I supposed to do? Wow, that is such a major delay. That is a very, very major. Wait. Oh my God. I dropped 12 seconds worth of frames. YouTube, Neil Mohan. Neil Mohan, I hate you so much. It's back to normal now. The stream is back to normal now, but Neil Mohan, I hate you so much right now. I really hate you so much. Okay. While we still have time, we'll get back, we'll finish this stream off already. And then we can resolve to seeing what other things we can do. So, lurkers, how is... Oh my god, the chat delay is horrible now. The chat delay is extremely horrible. Oh, excellent! Now it's excellent again. Oh, now it's excellent again. But anyway, let's finish this article off. I am not starving right now. I am not starving right now. 12 seconds. Exactly right. 12 seconds. 12 seconds. That's right. Drop frames 12 seconds. Is there any way to cut the delay? I rather just skip the entire stream than to delay for whole 12 fucking seconds. Oh my goodness. Why is YouTube doing this so badly? Why is YouTube performing so badly? Why does YouTube always cause these problems? Neil Mohan, fix your stupid website. I can't even see in peace. I can't even see in peace. But we're going to finish this article, okay? We're going to finish this article and I hope the delay is not too bad that I can't chat with you all. So we'll finish this article first. Okay? We will finish this article. In other words, VLR has failed. It's become a statistic in a long line of Vtuber agency closures. If macaroni actually had even the baseline level of honesty and integrity as a so-called journalist, you will know exactly why VLR shut down. VLR did not shut down because it failed. It shut down because the boss had health issues and was on the verge of karoshi. I want you to remember this. All of you ought to remember this. Okay? Call upsetting will be an understatement. VLO was often discussed alongside. They are. They are. They are. They haven't stopped being that, even till their last day. Reference shock. One asked me to divorce specific, something I refuse to do without talent needing discussion. That's not full punches. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It is all vitriol. It is all bad blood. It is all grudges. It's so obvious. It was so obvious to me. It was so obvious to me. Why the farmer holistic the petty personal grievances? You pretend. You say you do not care about petty personal grievances anymore, but I know you do. Look at this. You said it right here. You know. You know. You know what you're seeing right now is a piece of crap lie. You know it's a lie. It's a lie. You continue to lie. You pretend you're above this, but you're not. You're deep in on it. You are that petty. You held a grudge. You couldn't wait to celebrate VLR shutting down because you held a grudge, in my humble opinion. Mueller represented a lot of things to a lot of people. No, he was not the first widely beloved Ian coming to put a YouTuber front and center. The honor will go to the late fated V Shoujo, nor was he the first professional corporate organization of ASMR focused VTubers before from blah blah blah. I feel it was a symbol of what adult VTubing could be and should be, and it commanded some respect among VTuber fans and appreciation for the lewder side of Ian VTubing. Relying YouTube friendly streams by ASMR while still offering not safe for work content. Okay, that's not what that's for. You're just retelling all those old stories. It's pretty obvious that even till the very last day, Macaroni wanted to be in VLR. But Macaroni took the destructive approach to rejection. It's a type 12 seconds delay. I know. I hate you, New Mohan. I hate you. I'm so sick and tired of this. Stupid. Neil Mohan does not care about YouTube. I hope someone kicks him out of the CEO position and give it to someone who actually cares. I don't even know whether it's going to continue to hinder the experience of this stream. Oh, it dropped to 6 seconds. Well, it's dropping slowly. It's starting to catch up again. That's good to know. 6 seconds is not too bad. 6 seconds is not too bad, at least. But again, what I think is Macaroni's view to VLR is like a spurned, very spurned. If I can't be part of VLR, I would love to see VLR destroyed. That is Macaroni in a Pot's type of approach to this. But let's finish this up. Oh my god, I hate this article already. I hate how crappy this article is. It is YouTube. Nothing here that I... One view to put career. Put a news emails encouraging one of my close friends to was often uneven and VLR with a focus more on supporting starters. They are offering rising tide that lifts all boats. Why do you think that is? Because VRLer has only one manager, like I said. Only one manager, and that's Trony herself. It's a one-lady job who manages the lives of other talents. Imagine my shock. See you, love hairs. Have a good day. See you, and I'll see you on Saturday, hopefully. Easy for you to say. You are the one who has been holding the grudges, and you are the one who wrote those smear pieces. You are the one who caused the problems. And imagine that you are the one who's pretending to be the better person and say let bygones be bygones. You were the one who started it all. You are the one who started it all. And now you have the gall to say, we are above this pettiness. No, you are not. You are only pretending. You are only pretending. Don't even think. Don't even think that this is you are sinless in this. You are one of the biggest attackers of VLR. Don't pretend. You are always on their side. Even when Macaroni Poi is trying to pretend to have something positive to say about VLR, is still mixed by skin crawl. I regret reading this article, Lurkers. I absolutely regret reading that article. Coco was not really beginning of the end, but I would say, okay, that concludes the everything I have to say from the topics. Actually, now we can have a proper chat, and I hope that the delay is not too bad on this. Okay? Let's have a proper chat. Let me eat a biscuit. You all have any questions? Again, ask me first. One thing that I really have to say about Coco means that she is an excellent VTuber. And the person behind Coco, ring ring nudge nudge, was a professional true and true. Was a complete professional. She understood the brief completely. I mean, it's open secret. People know who was behind Coco. It's an open secret. No one is gonna... But the fact is, within the constraints of her role as Coco, she knew what she had to do as a VTuber. And for that, I respect that. I respect that a lot. It's very hard to get someone who has that level of respect nowadays. You can get it in Asia. You can get it in, of course, in Japan. You can get it in Southeast Asia. You can get it everywhere. And you can get it with Face Connect. You can get it with so many different... You can get it off and on everywhere. But there is the indies Western side that kind of was... It has starting to push back on certain things that I really think should not be pushed back on. The whole taboo. And I want you to be very clear, okay? One of the things that you all have to understand quite reasonably clearly is that Kay-son does not actually view herself as a VTuber. People call her a VTuber, but she does not view herself as that. She talks about her VTubing career in past tense, where she worked in corporate. She does not view herself as a VTuber right now. Kay-son just views herself as Kay-son, the lady who goes on air, sometimes with her face, sometimes with her avatar. That's all she is right now. Kay-son is Kay-son. She is not a VTuber. So it's very unfair to keep bringing up Kay-son as if she's like some kind of a gotcha against the old-fashioned VTubers. It's not a gotcha. People understand. People understand Kay-son's feelings about this entire situation. There is no ambiguity in that regard. We know Pink Woman also, but again, Pink Woman takes her job seriously. She understands everything about the VTubing sphere. I think Pink Woman was like one of the best character development stories that I absolutely admire Pink Woman, actually. And I'm not a Pink Woman fan out of spite for her haters anymore. I am a Pink Woman fan because I'm genuinely a Pink Woman fan, okay? I've seen since her first day back in 2020, when she started streaming, she had a rough time. There were lots of things she didn't understand about the VTubing scene, about the cultures, about the taboos, and about her own personal passion. I'm sure a lot of people did notice, and a lot of people did call her out in like the first year or so, that does Pink Woman actually have passion for what she does in Hololive? And for quite a while, that was a genuine question that was being asked, that was being posed. But eventually it became obvious no one loves her job more than Pink Woman nowadays. You can say a lot of things, but damn right Pink Woman loves every second of her job and she has passion for it. It may not have been day one passion, it's arguable whether she had day one passion, but right now, every single thing that comes out of her mouth, every single post she makes, you can see how much she cares. And you know what? Good for her. I feel happy on her behalf as well. And I'll continue to be a Pink Woman fan. And just so some of you lookers know, Pink Woman is Kelly, of course. It's Kelly. But I'm sure you already know that. Like I said, we're at the chatting part of the stream. So you all can talk to me about things. And in the meantime, while you're chat with me, I'm gonna look for that meme. I refuse to believe that meme has disappeared. Best dumpling feeling. Oh, I do like a good old 小笼包. A 小笼包 is a classic. 小笼包 is a classic. Lucas, do you know what a 小笼包 is? I don't know if I've ever told you all, but do you know what a 小笼包 is? I'm gonna find my... While you're telling me... 小笼包, yes, is a dish, is a food, yes. Where is that meme? Where is that meme? I refuse to believe that this meme has completely disappeared. There is no way this meme just disappeared like that. Sort through dates. Let me have a look. I refuse to believe that it's not here anymore. Your meme got cutted. No, I want that meme. I want that meme. Oh, I mean, okay. I'll show you some smaller sillier memes. Okay, I'm gonna show you some smaller sillier memes. Let me open this back up. Anyway, what I wanted to say is, I want to go back to the main question that we wanted to ask. Lucas, there's a question that I wanted to ask. Do you think the golden age of VTubing is over? Completely over and it's never coming back. Do you think so? (2017-2018) during the periods of the Four Queens era. This is another meme I made. This meme actually has lore, okay? This meme actually has lore. I'll show you the first meme. This is part 2 of the meme unfold. Where's part 1 of the meme? There we go, I found it. Part 1 of the meme. This is part 2, sorry, so I kind of got ahead of myself. I would say that the golden age, Lucas, my attitude towards the golden age of VTubing is the same as my attitude towards gaming, video games. The big names, a lot of corporate, but in this way is VTubing in the corporate sense is still better than anything from gaming industry. But the thing is, you look at the big names in VTubing, just like the big names in gaming like Ubisoft, like EA, like 2K and all of that. All you see is disappointment after disappointment after disappointment, but once you start to get away from the big names, once you start to get away from the mainstream, you find that the golden age is still around. You will notice it. You will notice it. The golden age is still around. And it's not from the big names. It's not from the big names. It's not from the big Twitch tubers, Twitchers, okay? It's not from them. It's from the smaller names. Not exactly the small names, but the medium names. So the people who actually care. And I know from my own mutuals, I can see I have the privilege of knowing a lot of mutuals in the VTubing sphere. They came to me. I am a largely antisocial type of person. They came to me. They choose to come to me. They choose to get to know me, and I in turn get to know them, and I just realized that the golden age is still here. It may not be in your face. You may not see the golden age shoved in your face. It may not be front and center, but it's still here. It's chugging along quietly. You see them in your friends who are also VTubers. You see them in the people who rate you and you rate them back, who are also VTubers. And I am willing to name names, because these are not to name and shame, but is to name and credit, to name and praise. To name and praise. And I can say it has been a privilege to know them. It has been a privilege to witness them. It has been a privilege to have collabed with them. Till now. Maxi. Rat. The first two. Rat and Maxi. They were the first two to ever really push me to stop being a VTweeter, solely, exclusively being a VTweeter. They were the first to push me to stop being an exclusively VTweeter. And I can say with some level of certainty, a lot of lurkers, if it wasn't for a lot of lurkers, I wouldn't be talking to you right now on stream. Banmin as this current iteration would have never existed. So, my first thanks goes to Rat and Maxi. And then Chiggy. Chiggy. He's one busy capybara. Very, very busy capybara. Always traveling a lot. Always doing a lot of hard work. But he cares also, which it's a privilege. It is a big privilege that to also realize that someone at the other end of the world cares. For me, what I think... Oh, by the way, thank you, Trumpet, for the gifted membership. Corn, thank Trumpet. It's heartwarming, it's warm to know that someone at the other end of the world who has his own life, who has his own interests, who has his own hobbies, just cares. To message me, to just invite me to things, just wanting to have a good time with us together. And of course, so many other people that I never got the chance to collab with, but hopefully one day I will. They have rated me often and I have rated them often. But I hope one day we can kind of full-on break the ice and do a proper collab together. And I'm talking about, funnily enough, one of my mutuals was a lurker for a very, very long time, and apparently we have interacted before during our Toho days, when I was just perma-banned the one with the mailing profile pic. And of course I'm talking about Saint Cisco. Saint Cisco. She saw me start a VTubing. And honestly, I was so... It made me feel very warm as well. Because to know that someone from way back, and I'm talking way back, 2015, 2014, 2016, that's way back. And I'm talking about people from way back, remembering who I am, who I was. And they just say, welcome to VTubing Banmin. Greetings from Toho Hell. And I was like, oh my goodness, you're from Toho Hell, saying, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I have reacquainted myself with people I would have never thought I'd ever meet again. And the funniest thing is, I probably have entered into arguments about Toho with Sane at one point or another. I remember having a lot of arguments with people from Toho Hell, but those were like long histories ago. And then who else? Akane VR. Although I have only really met Akane VR in over the past year or so, I am happy to say that I enjoy my time talking and interacting with Akane VR in VR chat. And you see all this. These are the people. They are not front and center. I already said Red. Red was the first name I threw out, okay, Zero. Red was the first name I threw out. Come on. Red and Maxi were the first names I threw out. But this is all it shows you. You do not, if you want to look for the golden age of VTubing, you do not seek out the big names. You do not need to seek out the Bao. You do not need to seek out the Shiny. You do not need to seek out all of these big names. The golden age are those who do not make tabloid on Twitter or X. The golden age people are not those who get dragged into the Imperial Palace drama. The golden age are those who have their dedicated followers, their dedicated fan bases, their dedicated audiences, chugging along without the drama in their world. Just having a good time all the way and making friends along the way. That is the golden age of VTubing. That is still living till this day. The golden age of VTubing is no longer loud. That much is obvious. We probably will never get a golden age similar to the Four Queens. We might never get another Kizuna Ai Kaguya Luna, Zero, or Mirai Akari type of high-profile golden age like we used to, but that is okay. Just like how the true video games industry is in the hands of proper indie devs, the true indie devs who do not have a publisher backing them up, who do everything for the passion in their project. That is where the games industry is. And this is exactly why, if there is a games industry, a true games industry, hidden away with a crowd of passionate people, there will always be a golden age of VTubers, hidden away with a crowd of passionate people. It's impossible to only have for good people. It is impossible. There is nothing in absolutes. Which is why, do not take that as black pill. Take that as an understanding of the world. If you look hard enough, the golden age is there. And of course, one of the names I didn't really cover off is that, okay, I've never collabed with her before, but I have watched her streams. And there is just a level of genuineness that I see from this other VTuber that is rare, okay? It's rare from someone with a growing size like her. Midas, and I'm referring to Midas. Core of Midas. Or someone that I usually joke about as the Kuroki Tomoko of the VTubers. It was a joke, by the way. My introduction with Midas was funny, okay? Because sometimes I lurk rats. Rats are Twitch account. Sometimes I lurk rats Twitch account, and at one point Red managed to invite Midas in. And I heard the way Midas interacts with Red, and I was thinking to myself, oh, she seems like a very genuine person. Down to earth, someone who is not afraid to display her flaws and her strengths freely. And in that regard, I respect that. So I followed her Twitch and I followed her YouTube. And now she's a medium-sized VTuber. And honestly, good on her. Good on her. And again, I don't want to talk about what she has talked about, but Midas is a type of person who has experienced quite a lot of ups and downs. And this is all based on her own story times, but I am glad she came up on top. That's another person I wanted to talk about, okay? There are so many VTubers that I have had the privilege of meeting. So many, so damn many. I am glad to know I have reached to a point where I can identify way more VTubers who have been nothing but good in my eyes than the VTubers who have been horrible. I am glad to recognize that. I am glad to acknowledge that. I acknowledge that enthusiastically and happily. I hope you will be able to do that and follow that dream, Seattle. I really hope so. I found it, Lucas. I found it. Lucas, I found it. I found the meme. I found it, Lucas. I found it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Lucas-chan, there is a reason why I am unable to reproduce this meme, because it took me a fair few hours to make. Okay? I found it. I found that meme. Lucas, I found that meme. And I think it is a fitting meme. As we are talking about Golden Age. Because really, it is the nostalgia of the Golden Age. What used to be. I made this in 2018. But when things were simpler. And of course, if you lurkers recognize where this is from, props to you. This is the meme I made. Thank you, Zero. I'm very heartened that you think that way. always imagine if I were a better animator. If I were a better animator, I would have recreated the entire hair kick video where Kizuna Ai was Filthy Frank, Kaguya Luna is Max Mofo, and Mirai Akari was the good idols. And they baked the hair cake. Alas, I'm not a good animator, and I'm not really that good with using MMD. See you, Hachiko. I'll see you on Saturday if you're willing to drop in, okay? So yeah, Golden Age and Golden Age. It's nostalgic. The Golden Age of VTubing photoshopped into the Golden Age of YouTube. Well, it's the Diamond Age, probably. It was basically the peak before the fall of YouTube. It has been a stream of non-stop yapping. But it's nice. It's nice to just sit down and just not play any games, not get distracted, and just have a proper heart-to-heart with you all, actually. It is a nice feeling once in a while. It's tiring because the talking is non-stop, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Why would you say such a thing, DZ? Why? Why would you say such a thing? Oh, I got a whole bunch of other memes, Lurkers. There's another meme, let me check. There is another meme. Sometimes Kizuna Ai gets really real. Sometimes Kizuna Ai gets very real for a brief moment. Look at this. Read this top to bottom. Today I'm gonna play Mighty Gumball Verse for Nintendo Switch. This game was developed by Inti Create, same people that made Azure Striker Gunvolt Mighty No. 9. And it features characters from both games trapped together in a virtual reality world. Sorta like me. And just so you know, it's the meme that Kizuna Ai herself created. She literally said this live on stream. And I'm gonna spend the remainder of this stream. We are about to end probably in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna spend the remainder of this stream just revisiting my old Golden Age memes, okay? It's a nice way to wind down after the high cortisol, high stress. Okay, this is another good one. This is a reference. Let me just show you. Let me show you. Hold on. This is a reference to this. Hold on. I'm gonna look for it. Let me find it. YouTube. This is a reference to this. Okay? I made this meme based on this. Hold on.
Filthy Frank, Anime Hunter. Filthy Frank, Anime Hunter. Filthy Frank, Anime Hunter. Filthy Frank, Anime Hunter. Filthy Frank.
Oh dear.
Anime is fucking trash! Yo, shut the fuck up! Anime's the best, yo! Anime's the fucking best!
Yep, this was
Filthy Frank.
These posts? Slightly different but roughly the same. Anime Hunter, except... well, it's kind of true. Kizuna Ai is a VTuber and Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid and they're hunting anime. Oh, this was funny. This was so fun. Kizuna Ai, Anime Hunter. Let's see. And now we're getting to a little bit... oh, this is one of my favorite memes. I took so many hours to make this. This was another meme I made. You probably saw this off and on. I made this. Lurkers. I have no idea how I managed to pull it off photoshopping Kizuna Ai to look exactly like the Joker, but I was glad with the end result. We live in a society, indeed we do, Kizuna Ai, indeed we do. I read the description, I even added description. I pulled no punches making this meme. We lived in a banned society. We live in a society. Indeed. Correct, Dark Casual. Indeed, very correct. Oh, I love this. These are like... it's nice visiting old memes. It is so nice visiting old memes. What other old memes do I have? Let me find. Let me find what other old memes I have. There is one meme that I want to load. You've probably seen it before a long time ago, but let me have a look and see if I can find it again. Skynet Kaguya memes is technically classified as a Kaguya meme, I think. Let me see. It's a full story. I'm trying to look for it. Is it? I call it... did I title the... yes, I titled the meme as family. So there was a third VTuber that's like in the... there was another VTuber. She appeared in a bang, but she fizzled out very quickly. Her name, she goes by the name of... damn it, that the quality is horrible. It is what it is. You know what? I probably have to, let me see. Skynet Kaguya. Okay. So what I did was, I made a meme about this. This was the smallest image. This is a meme in two parts. This is the first part of the meme, okay? This is the first part of the meme. These are during the gone wrong, gone sexual clickbait of YouTube era. And those were like 2017 actually, sorry, 2017. And oh boy, I don't know why I decided to make the meme the way it did. This is the second part of the meme. Look at the top. This is the top part of the meme. And then the next part of the meme. This is the description. This was funny. And then another Filthy Frank reference. So there was this headcanon that a lot of VTuber fans, the four Queens era VTuber fans had about Pinkie Pop Hepburn. People believe that Pinkie Pop Hepburn was the love child of Kizuna Ai and Kaguya Luna. She had the personality of Kaguya Luna and her art style, but she had the some of the physical characteristics of Kizuna Ai. It was just a meme, cause it was just a meme. I needed to make this meme for the shitpost, okay, lurkers? But yeah, things ended in tragedy in this story, in this meme lore. This ended in tragedy. Oh my goodness, I don't know why I made all this. I was quite whenever I made all these Kizuna Ai meme edits, I was inspired by Vsauce meme edits. You know, the Vsauce memes, they can get very, very edgy. Hey Vsauce, Michael here. So this is part 1. This was the part 1 of a meme, of another story meme. Let me close some, I'll reopen one. Where was part 2? I accidentally got rid of part 2. Where is part 2? Where is part 2? Hold on. Send the Skynets. Let me look for it. I cannot believe it. There we go. This is part 2 of the meme. Another headcanon is Kizuna Ai was an ex-colleague of Gladys from Aperture Science. And both Kizuna Ai and Gladys are on bad terms with one another and often tries to one-up one another. That is a headcanon I used to have. So yeah, this was a nice funny little. There's a spicy fanfic banning doesn't show us what? No. No. Let's see. What else? Oh yeah. Of course, it's not a shit post without a Vietnam flashback meme. I'm sorry for the edginess, lurkers. This was during my edgiest moments. Back when Papa Franco was all the rage. Okay, I'm sorry, lurkers. Sue me. Hello, White Wolf. I'm doing well. We're just closing off the stream with a little bit of exploring the memes I used to make. Some old memes I made. I can smell the oil, I can hear the guns. Then there's another. And of course, any one of you lurkers remember Mass Effect Andromeda? I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember that, but any of you remember Mass Effect Andromeda? Well, do I have a meme I made for you? Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second here. Huh? Get it? Get it? Get it? My face is tired. Oh, I'm glad you think so, White Wolf. I thought I was being cringe. Oof. My face. My face is tired. I love that meme. What other memes do I have? Hold on. Oh! What was this meme about? Hold on, let me have a look. Oh! Oh boy, Lurkers, I found something. I don't know if this... Lurkers, I hope there will be no knock on my door, but... I don't know why I made this. My brain sometimes functions weirdly. Very, very weirdly. Okay, let's see what else can I find. I have so many, I've lost count at the number of memes I've made. Let me see if I can find something silly. Another Vietnam meme. Yes. This is another Vietnam flashback meme. This was hilarious. Do you know the M97 flamethrower sounds like Luna? It roars like a dragon, a fiery god purging everything in its path. Hold down the trigger and the whoosh drowns out everything else. Focus on the noise and you can almost convince yourself. You don't hear the screams. By the time the tank is empty, everything's over. Even the men are quiet. There's nothing but the crackling of burning thatch. You see, Luna, it's not the noise that keeps me awake at night. It's the silence. Yep, this was a funny meme. It was dark. Again, it's during the edgy periods. The late 2010s were an edgy time in the era. You will lose count at the number of Austrian painter memes. You will lose count at the number of windmill gangster memes during the late 2010s, honestly. Okay, go sleep, Con. Have a good sleep. I'll probably see you on Saturday. Oh, remember YouTube Rewind? I remember once upon a time I made a... Imagine if this was YouTube Rewind. YouTube Rewind in 2018 was horrible, and I was hoping that YouTube Rewind 2018 was about VTubers. Bye, Min. See you, Con. YouTube Rewind. So much potential squandered. So much potential squandered, honestly. And of course it is not A VTuber meme without alternate reality. Body swaps. Time traveler moves a chair indeed. Shut up, White Wolf. What else? Oh yeah, I used to make one of these. Oh. Back in the... This is during the golden age, so pardon me. I'm sure this aged horribly. This has aged horribly, I'm unfortunately, but this was... I'm kinda miss this. I miss this era. Yes, Zero. I always imagine Zero to be a how-to basic. She just seems very horrifying. Cyril is still alive. Mirai Akari is still alive. Fuji Aoi is still alive. She's evil Badmin now. And of course Kizuna Irit came back. Filthy Frank, Max Mofo, iDubbbz, How to Basic, and Michael Rosen. Luna was the only one who retired actually. She's someone else now. She's someone else now. But she retired Kaguya Luna basically. The cats are cool. The cats are cool. And of course, this is a classic Filthy Frank meme. This is a classic Filthy Frank meme. I'm going to show you. Hold on, I'm close some old ones. This is a classic Filthy Frank meme. If you ever follow Filthy Frank in any meaningful amount, you'll probably see this meme. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's... Oh my goodness. Let's see. Do make an association via pink color? Actually, I always imagine that in an... Lucas, you do not know about me, but I am an entity that functions off headcanons. The amount of headcanons I have would make a Twitter freak blush. That's the amount of headcanons I have. The amount of headcanons I have will make a Twitter freak get overwhelmed. And one of the headcanons I had was that the four queens are basically the four big YouTubers during the golden age. In other words, Filthy Frank, Max, iDubbbz, and How to Basic. I'm sorry, OP, but you are stuck in that house. That's what you get for breaking in. I'm sorry. It is out of my control. That was my headcanon. I always imagine my headcanon that the big four YouTubers had alter egos, which are basically the big four VTubers. That's literally the headcanon. Let's see, what are the memes do I have actually? Oh yeah, I made another silly meme. That is a nice meme. I like this meme. Simple, punchy, straight to the point. Okay, we will probably explore just a few more memes. And I'll call this stream a close, and I'll see you all on the Saturday. Oh, this is another meme I remember making. Hold on. Yeah, this one made the news. This guy made the news. Holy moly. See you, White Wolf. Have a good day. This one made the news back in the old days. 2016. Takes a real man to become best girl. Back when Giga was actually not selling out. I remember those days. Let's see. Oh, this was a meme I made for my if I recall correctly, my 50K follower milestone on Facebook. My goodness, things have really changed. Things really have changed. But the funny thing about Nora Cat Potato, is that even after the shocking truth, people stuck around because they love Nora Cat, regardless of who was behind the avatar. Wouldn't it be funny if Sydney decided to leave Giguk after realizing that Giga has sold out and is not the same man she married? Wouldn't that be something? Lurker-chan, I'm sorry for being gossipy, but wouldn't that be something? What other memes do I have? Let me see. She's an angel either. I don't know much about Sydney, honestly. I only know a bit about Giguk. Ah yes. I'm gonna show you some real cringe memes now. Now this is ancient. This is completely ancient. Lurkers, this is ancient. We are reaching... What is it called already? Why are you so cringe, Badmit? I'm sorry. I am cringe and I am free. What a gentle lady Marissa is. Let's see, what else do I have? Okay. Oh yeah, I also made... Okay, I gotta show you this. I put it so much work. I don't know why. No. Let me see. Let's see. Back then, I also watched a lot of Love Live. Hold on. Nope. Love Live? Nope. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Oh yeah, I made this meme. Oh my god, I'm showing you everything. I'm really showing you everything. This is another silly meme. Oh wow. I don't know why I don't know why I made this, but it was so sick. Okay. Important man. The shocking truth. This was the secret McAfee hidden all this life that explains his mindset perfectly. Okay, what else can I show you? Well, I can show you one more. Are you a fan of Love Live, Lucas? Are you a fan of Love Live? Have you heard of Love Live? The idol anime project? Well, hell. This was my proudest meme. This was my proudest edit, okay? This was my proudest edit. And I am surprised at how well it turned out. Okay, I am extremely surprised at how well it turned out. Do you all know Best Girl of Love Live? Yohane, Yoshiko Tsushima, aka Yohane the Fallen Angel. Do you all remember? Do you all remember the Queen of Darkness? Please tell me you remember, because this will make things so much easier. Please tell me you do. No, not Lapis Darkness. I'm talking about this girl. Remember her or not? Okay. Looks like some of you remember. No? Damn. Well, enough of you remember. I had a hit cannon. Yes. I had a hit cannon. I'll show you both of the memes. One is more high quality than the other, but both I put in a lot of effort. I'll show you both of the memes. Anyone remember the Dark Horse comic, Darkness? Any one of you remember the Dark Horse comic, The Darkness? With Jackie Estacado? Remember that? Do you remember that? I hope you remember that. Yes, sort of. 1 of 360. Well, one of my headcanons, which actually I kind of want to write a fanfiction about it now, is that the Darkness has a human form that makes it easy for Jackie to communicate. You know, basically my headcanon was that Yohane is the darkness. It was a nice edit. This was a really, really nice edit. I was so proud of this. But not as proud as what I'm going to show you right now. I made an edit that I love even more. It's also involving Yohane, involving Yoshiko. Come on. Here we go. This is a different headcanon, but of course it's lore inaccurate. Because the lore, no, it's not AI, come on. I made this in 2014, lurkers. I made this in 2014. If I recall correctly, I still even have its PSD. I think I still have its PSD. It is 100% organic. No AI used. That back then AI didn't even exist. This was completely generated by hand. Yes, of course. But if you zoom in out, it kind of looks pretty good. Don't dig too much. Don't read too much into what I say. Oh, one more. Another meme. All right. Oh, this is excellent. Yohane, if she had a sponsorship, she for real would choose to be sponsored by Monster Energy. Don't pretend that's not the case. She would definitely be sponsored by Monster Energy. Yohane is the Chuni. Saojun, Yohane is the Chuni. She is the Chunibios of Chunibios. Let's see. Any more? Oh yeah, I made one more meme. Okay, let's see. There used to be a lot of click me memes, by the way. This was one of them. So, if you don't know, Facebook used to have they still have a format where the upper image, you click the image, and the whole image expands. And so it became into this. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, why am I laughing over cringe memes? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? And of course, Yohane got herself a loyal minion. If you understand this meme, congratulations. Congratulations if you understand the reference. I don't know if any of you were alive. I don't know if any of you recognize or remember the reference it's making. This has turned into a meme exploration. I cannot believe this. The best jokes are the only one. Best jokes are the ones only you understand. Okay. This was cringe. This was cringe. I like this one. I like this one. I was proud of this one. I was also proud of this one too. Let's see. I think we are done. We are done. Because we are done. It was a nice way to unwind. I still have a lot. Okay, fine, I'll show you. I'll show you the reference, okay? I'll show you the reference. Before we... He's probably gonna get copyrighted, but what the heck.
I'm Rick Harrison, and this is my pawn shop. I work here with my old man and my son, Big Hoss. Everything in here has a story and a price. One thing I've learned after 21 years, you never know what is gonna come through that door.
Yep, it was this old meme. Oh. No, we are not done. I haven't got my... Shut up! Alright, Lurkers. A reminder for you all. I'll see you all on Saturday. Tomorrow you get a short break and remember, if you want to participate in this coming Saturday's gaming session, I invite you all to install this game if you have it. Okay? Thank you, Lekes. It has been a very good talk with you all. We got to talk a lot about serious stuff, not so serious stuff, sad stuff, angry stuff, and at the end we end up with a little bit of low cortisol, enjoying old memes. And of course, like the saying goes, if Dame does anything stupid to any one of us, the gloves are off. Okay? Alright, Lurkers, thank you for being part of this stream. Really appreciate. And I hope karma hits those who deserve it, whether it take place in UK or take place on the internet, but that is a topic for another day. Thank you, Lurkers. See you this coming Saturday, 20th of June. And let's have a look who to raid. Let us have a look who we can raid. Alright. The best. Who can we raid? Hana-chan? Hannah the Chinchilla. I guess Hannah the Chinchilla would be nice. She's the only one online right now, it seems. So... want me to take you to Hannah the Chinchilla? I think we should do that. I don't think there's anyone else to raid on YouTube. me have a quick look. Live. Control room. Edits. Hana Natsumi, the adorable chinchilla. Yep, she's the only one online, so easy decision. We'll rate her, okay? Anyway, lurkers, I hope you all have a good day and a good night. Have a good day and a good night, and I will see you all on Saturday. Have a good day. Take care. I'll be back with you all shortly.